7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome to the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett who has his Gordon Gekko slick back hair today. Martin, you noticed that?
Oh, boy,
right out of the gate.
Great Gatsby.
Look at this guy. How much junk have you snorted this morning?
I don't see the correlation, but
Did you just get out of the shower?
no, it will dry here in like 20 minutes, and it'll look
What'd you do
natural
to that?
again. That's how I comb it. I comb it back, and then it naturally dries into place.
But there's a little product in there today.
No, sir.
No pomade.
No pomade.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
It looks like... Okay. Jeez, sorry.
Change the subject.
This guy's been on one.
If I use any type of product, it makes my hair look really greasy because it's so thin.
Yeah, I got the same thing.
But it looks
Fine.
slick. It's got the Pat Riley
Yeah.
vibe.
Yeah, look
It
at you.
won't-
Showtime.
It won't stay like that. And by 7/2, you won't even notice.
7-2 in the polosplus.com dossier.
Rummage sale? What is it? Let's see.
Is it rummage sale today?
7-2 is Redbirds. More from Bush.
Let's just...
Seventh inning stretch.
Yeah,
What? I love these.
I know you love it, but sometimes I don't necessarily edit them, and they take some time for me to get things
Okay.
going here. So judge that at 7-3.
Yard sale?
Yard sale. I like that one.
These are the different segments in the Polos Plus dossier
Yes.
that Martin likes to go through, which sometimes might have titles, but not necessarily more than a working title. Is that a fair assessment?
Right.
They all kind of fall under grab bag.
It's all really a grab bag. That's what this program is.
Welcome to the Grab Bag, and you are welcome to get involved on the Grab Bag at 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the program. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. Chairman Kurt standing by on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Wednesdays, historically, on this show are for phone calls. So, Doug, we're going to load these phone lines up at 314-974-0101. And then you can talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat where Mr. Seawalk is talking to SCSP8 and Mr. Burkett's Rideshare. They're all talking to Iggy's prison window hand who says, Paper Pat Riley. Paper Pat Riley, Iggy's prison window hand. And you can participate in the conversation there. Plus, you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at approximately 9:45, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. But, Doug, every show at about 7:02 or 7:03, you are charged with the Lifetime Roofing lead. Dustin McClendon of Lifetime Roofing says, hey, why don't we have Doug chart the course for this program?
Okay.
The rest of all y'all nitwits is what he says in the email.
The rest of y'all nitwits.
No. The rest all y'all nitwits.
The rest all y'all nitwits.
That's right.
Okay.
Doug, seasoned veteran, respected in the community. He says specifically to me, you're a godless pervert. That's what he says in the email.
Gosh.
We want Doug to set the course.
Okay.
Now, the Cardinals get the win. The Cardinals announce the Navy Caps on the road are returning. But you became a grandfather yesterday to a new baby girl, Martin Kilcoyne. Unbelievable.
Thank you.
I think that's the Lifetime Roofing lead. But I am a godless pervert, and it's not my responsibility. So what, pray tell, is the Lifetime Roofing lead?
Oh, well, I appreciate the mention about the baby, but that's family stuff. That's not the lead to most people in St. Louis, so I'll say it's the St. Louis Cardinals, who looked very good last night in beating the Phillies.
I kind of liked that game a lot.
I did, too.
I like that. I know you like high-scoring games.
I do.
That was your style of game there, Tim.
It was. That was right up my alley. And I think the Heat worked to the Cardinals' advantage because Don Mattingly was asked after the game why he pulled Christopher Sanchez, who was clearly having no problem with the Cardinal lineup, although Andre Palante was doing some carving as well. And he said, we just looked at him and we could tell he was done. And that's part of the Heat. And the Cardinals with a little, how do you do, small ball, plus Everson Pereira.
He looks pretty good. He didn't do much his last 3 years with the White Sox and Tampa and the Yankees, but in the little bit we've seen him with the Cardinals, he's made a couple of spectacular catches.
He was a proud member of the South Side Seamen a couple weeks ago when he was with the White Sox.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doug, are you going full Frank? You think we found our center fielder?
Well, I wouldn't say that yet.
That's called going full Frank?
When you get a little excited right out of the gate. Okay, Doug, think of Pereira. Playing 158 games, roaming center field like a stallion, hitting like a thoroughbred. We have found him. Next bet, lock him up.
Well,
a long-term contract now?
Yeah. We're
I
excited.
don't know. He's
like chocolate bunnies.
He's a career 173 hitter.
And you want a 5-year, $200 million?
No, it might be a little premature for that.
We'll throw some bonuses.
It matters.
See, Frank's revved up.
He definitely looks like a good defensive outfielder, and for what that's worth. Helped them win a game last night. And now they're only 3.5 out in the wild card. Yes, Daddy, like it.
Yes! Woot, woot!
But the secondary lead, of course, Navy caps on the road coming
Doug,
back.
what was more significant to you yesterday, the birth of your granddaughter or the announcement from the Cardinals that they have listened to the people and the Navy caps on the road will be returning, not in 2027, but immediately at Wrigley Field Friday?
That's nice. What's more significant to me? The granddaughter, if you must know. The hats are okay, but, I'm not going to lose any sleep over that.
Yikes. 314-399-9646. Have fun with Doug.
Okay.
Tough scene.
Well, whatever it is, I'm not going to be much good to you today because I didn't hardly sleep last night. I've got an elderly dog that won't shut up.
And this is Tinsel, who's
This is not the horror dog Tinsel. This is Dora, who's now old, and whatever room we put her in, about 5 minutes later, it's... Oh, okay, you want to go in this room? Okay, oh, she's fine. 5 minutes later, this went on all night long, it went on. I don't know what to do with the dog. All night long it went on. What do you do with an elderly dog like that? Her days are numbered. She still kind of gets around okay, eats fine, acts normal until nighttime falls.
My elderly dog was run over on Tam Avenue right in front of my very eyes in 1991.
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to be much good to you on that question.
Okay. You don't ever want another dog because of that?
No, that was a tough
I bet
spot.
that was. Yeah.
Well, and then the vehicle just kept on driving like
No, really.
nothing else.
And he knew he hit it?
Well, I don't know the gentleman, but if I did, he might be at the bottom of the river. I don't know.
Okay. But the dog was big enough that you couldn't help but know you hit something, probably.
Yeah. So if you just want to send Dora back and forth across Tam Avenue, I would imagine.
Oh.
It's not the size of the dog in the fight.
It's the size of the dog. It's the size of the dog in the fight.
How about that? Does that change your mind?
That changes it a little bit. That helps me deal with it tonight.
So you're going to sit there and think about that tonight when you can't sleep.
What do you do with the dog that every 10 minutes starts barking?
Muzzle?
For no reason. Just clamp its jaws shut?
I don't know. I've never owned a dog, so.
I think you can give a dog pills for sleeping or anxiety. Maybe just take it down and maybe it'll relax a little bit.
Maybe have to. It's right in my face. Oh.
Why don't you put it in a different room?
Oh, you think we didn't try that?
And how'd that go?
And then close
Didn't
the
go
door.
well. Same thing.
I'm still picturing
this big Cardinal win. It was a tough night.
Tim, how old were you when you saw the dog?
Oh, it was brutal, Martin. 14. I mean, I'm a freshman at V. I've already been cut. Doug, I don't know if you knew this. I got cut from the freshman football team.
I heard that for no good reason.
Thank you.
Exposed nerve.
Thank you. Cut from the basketball team. That kind of shocked observers.
Yeah.
Was about to get cut from the baseball team. I was young for my class, prodigy, and therefore wasn't in a position to drive, but I was able to bus tables every weekend night at Pietro's, so that was huge. And so I didn't have a lot going for me.
Just you and your dog.
That's right, Martin. Actually, that's it.
A boy and his dog.
Yeah.
Until it became just a boy.
Correct. Wow, now
And
you're
the car
dunking
got
on me.
away. I picture your dad saying, Jimmy, I've got the plate. I'm going to call Chuck down at the precinct. He'll take care of this. Just kind of a little South City justice,
Yeah.
Doug.
Yeah, little Peaky Blinders. Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. Yeah.
Doug, how old is the dog?
About 15 or so.
Wow.
And in dog years, what does that calculate to?
Oh, I don't know, 15 times 7. So
Is that what it is?
That's what they always say, 7 years. I think that's
So
a
that
little
dog's
much.
105.
Wow. Wow.
Well, you can't take an otherwise healthy dog and to be put to sleep, nor can you fail to sleep yourself every night for the next
Oh, so
year.
you're really up against it.
Yeah, I'm up against it. I'll be fine. There are people with much bigger problems than that, but it is annoying.
Skipper's in town. Maybe you could just hand it off.
Oh,
Is that how it
wow.
works?
What about that?
He'd take the dog.
Just take it home?
Yeah.
Yeah, back to the East Bay. There you go. Problem solved. A wonderful place for Dora to roam with other dogs.
Yeah. Until she roams right up into doggy heaven. So you guys may have to carry the show today because I just can't imagine that I'd be much good to you.
Discipline me, Doug.
Oh,
How about that? That changed your mind on it.
Papers at a drop of yourself?
I don't mind that. Especially when you're feeling your Gordon Gecko energy.
I like to think more of Pat Riley, kind of the heat culture.
All right, I'm with you. What about the Lake Show? Well, you would have loved the Lake Show if you were around for that.
I know.
Would you have been on the Lake Show or the Celtics?
Well, my dad was a huge Larry Bird guy.
Is that right?
Because Larry Bird's from the middle of nowhere, just old school kind
Doug
of
old
hooper.
French lick.
And my dad's from the middle of nowhere. Same idea there. But he also loves, he had no allegiance. He just loved watching the Lakers and Celtics. That was his favorite thing in the world.
It was the best.
He has multiple books on the subject. He's watched every documentary there could be on it. He loves the Bird Magic rivalry.
huh.
It's fascinating text,
Yeah.
Fascinating text,
It's a fascinating text. There's a lot on the Bird Magic rivalry.
Got it. Yeah. I've seen a number of those 30 for 30 kind of shows in addition to a 30 for 30 on the Lakers and Celtics.
Yeah. I think my dad had the black Converse that Larry Bird wore because they were both on Converse. Magic had the white, purple, and yellow ones. Larry Bird, the black and white ones.
Was your dad playing during that time?
Men's league.
Men's league with black Converse high tops.
That's right.
It's a good look.
That's right. Putting it up.
Get some of Tim's sleeping pill concoction for the dog. Helps him perform as great as he does every day. Or I have a bunch of Xanax I'll give you for a back alley handy. That's from Birthday Hawk, Doug. So now offers are coming in. People are going to give you pills in the back alley. You're just going to have to use your hand.
Oh. You have to be careful what kind of pills you give a dog that only weighs about 17 or 18 pounds.
So it sounds like you're good with the hand play. The pill thing is the thing that's got you.
That was the deal killer,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, I respect that. You can
Dosage is where Doug put up the stop sign.
You're welcome to call in as well. 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. And then friends have already gathered. Doug Jake Reynolds is talking to Chris Aru and Scott8671 in the Forum Energy YouTube chat. That is how you can participate in the program. Wednesdays are for phone calls on the morning after. But Martin, on the Polos Plus dossier, this is a guest we were looking forward to, and now you have to wonder if the reason Cardinal President Anuk Karunaratne requested coming in on Wednesday, August 12th, 2026, is because he knew that on Tuesday, August 11th, 2026, the organization was going to announce Navy caps on the road.
He had to have known that was coming out because we had talked about him coming in. He picked today. And, of course, Tuesday afternoon, I was on my way to the ballpark. And you guys sent the screenshot, the Instagram note that the Cardinals had pulled the results, the fans overwhelmingly wanting to see the Navy caps. And I walk into the clubhouse.
Are these results public? I apologize.
I
Nook
don't
said
know.
80-20,
He
didn't he?
said 80-20.
Yeah.
But
Go
I
ahead
walk,
with I apologize.
the first person I saw was McGreevy, and he goes, "Congratulations." And I said, "Well, I really didn't do anything." And I said, "This has been Tim's passion project for a while." And he was just kind of laughing. But I think he supports it.
Hi, Poppy, no.
How about that, Doug? Right, that's his impression of Ivan Herrera. We were texting yesterday, and the boys are fired up about the Navy caps on the road. They really do like those things.
I think the shock is the immediacy.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we've heard you. We listened to the fans, and we're going to do it. now.
Remember when the Rams told us it would take 5 years to change jerseys?
That interview actually did take place, Martin. You weren't on the presentation at the time. We asked Kevin Demoff because, boy, the Rams uniforms were rough. And we asked him about it, and he said it would take, I think, some number of years for
I think
sure.
he said 5 years.
To get the uniforms changed.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Until they moved, and they changed them 5 minutes later.
That's correct. Outside of the just joy aesthetically, Jackson, of the Navy Caps returning, what I would say that I think this speaks to from an actual serious perspective is one of the sources of frustration on this, whether I liked it or people on the show liked it or didn't like it, being immaterial to the conversation. The Cardinals did get pushback when they switched, for whatever reason, in the midst of a run of success from the Navy Caps to the Red Hats. And then when they got the pushback, they said, okay, we'll do a poll. And then the Navy Hats, Derek Gould details this in his story in the Post-Dispatch this morning. The poll was the fans wanted the Navy Hats. And then the organization still went forward with the Red Hats. And so even though it's something as dumb, even though we joke about it on the show, as dumb as a hat, I think the subtle conversation became, well, hold on a second. You went to us and asked what we wanted, and then you still did the other thing. You're not listening to us. And I think one of the things, and we were talking about this a few weeks ago, he happens to be coming in studio, but I think Anuk really gets it, and the fact that they've made him president is a great thing for the organization because he does get it, is that this conveys to the fan base that their voice matters, whether it be something that we've talked about, joked about on the show for, however long. They made the change in 2013, so I guess 13 years, or it's something that, we haven't talked about, that they're paying attention to the fan base. That's the part that I think is a really great message, whether it be something we like or not, that the fans overwhelmingly communicated their interest in the change, and the organization listened and delivered, whereas 13 years ago, they ignored it.
And the backstory with you guys, and in fact, Chairman Kurt writing music about it. There's two versions, right? Two cuts of this.
No, there's the band version.
The high school-ish.
That probably put it over the top.
The pep band, you think? I think the pep band.
So.
But Jeff Jones, Words About Birds, has been covering the team for a long time.
Doug, Words About Birds.
So Jeff Jones' tweet yesterday said, Cardinals president of business ops, Anuk Karunaratne, talked hats and two pertinent facts. Cardinals got 15,000 replies to the uniform survey. It was 80-20 in favor of the blue hats. Also, the process started after Brendan Schaefer asked about them, and Anuk started asking around. So if you like those blue hats, you can thank Brendan because it was his question that got Anuk to ask if it was a real thing or just a media fixation. Hint, hint. And then the survey, and now here we are. And then Schaefer was texting me. Remember how it started? We were on, just sitting there talking, and Anuk had a press conference of some sort. Maybe when he got promoted.
I think it was announced that he was being promoted. That's what that was.
And I said, well, why didn't Schaefer hit him with the hard stuff about the cap? And Schaefer later said his friend heard us talking about him and said, hey, you're supposed to ask about the Navy Caps.
Oh, none of us texted Schaefer?
No.
Perfect.
His friend heard it.
That's the kind of work that we do here. We come up with an idea, and then there's no follow-up.
Drop it as soon
What
as
do they call that?
over.
The telephone game where somebody says something that somebody else passes it along? So all we did, mention it. Schaefer's friend says, hey, they need you to ask a question. Schaefer throws it out there. And we could ask Anuk if that truly was the genesis.
We need to thank Schaefer's friend.
Yeah.
Who wants to be Schaefer's friend in the text inbox? Maybe really Brendan Schaefer's friend, who clearly is a listener.
Yep.
I'm appalled Schaefer wasn't listening, but that's okay.
Yeah, friend of the show.
So that got it started. We sometimes we have stringers from TMA.
Yeah.
You in the back row. Yeah, you. Go ahead. Yeah. Hey, Brendan Schaefer. I'm with the TMA Gazette.
Yeah. Like those guys yelling at McGreevy that I'd beat them in golf.
That's right.
Those are four stringers. And could it be more perfect to start the Navy Caps on the road in Chicago for a weekend series against the Cubs?
With the possibility of the debut of Josh Baez on Friday?
Yeah.
Oh, Doug, how do you do?
Chairman Kurt said he may go to Chicago just to see the hats.
Yes.
Chairman Kurt, are you going to do one of those solo trips?
I think there's a good possibility. I don't think I'm going to. I wanted to go Friday for the first game, but it's an afternoon game. I've got some responsibilities that I don't think are going to let me do that. But Saturday's in play.
Saturday is in play. Any indication on Baez, by the way? I see Hockman wrote a column about it today.
I think soon, but maybe not this weekend. That's my gut.
Oh, is that right? But see, when you say that, I feel like you know something.
But I'm not sure. I feel like it's going to happen.
And why do you say that with regard to your intuition?
Well, I was talking to Chaim yesterday on the record, and his on-the-record answer when asked about Baez, to me, I got the sense that, it's going to happen, but it may not be as soon as it's possible.
Oh, boy. Doug, I've got a roster spot on the South Side season where Baez is sitting there.
I know. I had it for weeks.
His answer said, listen, we're excited about what he's been doing. He's worked his way. He deserves that opportunity. There are a lot of answers that, to me, said, yes, it will happen, but maybe not immediately. But I could be wrong.
That's because of the 5-year, $200 million deal going to Everson Pereira?
Well, if you look at what Pereira's doing, you're not going to bounce him. So, Doug, we go back to the great question. We call up Baez, but where are you going to play him? Where are you going to hit him?
He wants to play, I guess.
Oh, okay. I saw a breakdown of their minor league system, and he's not only all these different areas, he's also listed as their fastest. In addition to having
Doug,
power.
you got wheels, huh?
But maybe I would love it.
You would think left field might be his immediate destination.
Yep. Let's do it. Chairman Kurt, Josh Baez, Blue Caps, Wrigley, Saturday.
As listeners are pointing out in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, the number is 314-399-9646, that they will be wearing the Victory Blues with red hats on Saturday.
Yeah, that would have been a kick in the nuts to drive up there.
Yeah.
I'm glad they pointed that out. I'll figure something out. I gotta be there for it.
I will. I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the conversation with Anuk in general. I really do. Again, as a fan, but also as a host, I think the Cardinals are right now in great hands with who they have leading the franchise on the business side with Anuk and the baseball side with Chaim Bloom. Now, maybe I'm wrong on that, but that is my read. I think they're in a really good position. And I realize it may not manifest into some kind of magical 2026, although if you would have told me when the season opening up against the Rays 5 months ago that they'd be sitting there, 60 and 60, right? 60 and 60 with 42 left, and theoretically in the race, I would have taken that all day. But I like the direction they're going, and that's both on the baseball side and the business side. So I'm looking forward to talking over with him outside of just the Navy Caps thing. I think he gets that there needed to be a pivot to focusing on some younger fans and not just listening to the people who write into Sound Off and, sending text here to talk sports, And we had a nice run. And it's over.
And I've mentioned this before, but both candidates were from outside the organization, and both positions had internal candidates, and the DeWitt said, they basically said, we need to go outside. Like, we've been doing the same thing around here for a long time in all these different areas, and it's no disrespect from me to the other candidates, but it's pretty obvious to me that they decided we needed a fresh look on all of this by going outside with not only the replacement for Mozeliak, but also the internal, or the broadcasting VP job that Dan Farrell had held for many years.
So that was Anuk's original position?
He replaced Dan Farrell, which we largely think of as the broadcasting guy. But Dan Farrell also was over ticketing and marketing, and I think Anuk has taken that role, and now they've even expanded his reach. But again, he'd been with the Blue Jays for a while. Chaim Bloom's resume. But both of those, I think, both of the DeWitts, and I know what I'm a rights holder now. I'm now the cat. I'm the rights holder apparently on this show.
Oh, is that right?
Here's your merit badge.
I didn't know you got called the rights holder.
Well, I think on occasion, carrying water for the owners. But I think it is notable that they said it's important for this job. We're going to go outside.
Now, I got to tell you, it's not my responsibility. You're a made guy. But, in 2004 or 5 when we were doing this program together, Martin was such a non-rights holder that as the home of the Rams on the 2 Fox, Mike Martz comes on the show and is borderline emotional for Martin's criticism of him. Martin, you really hurt me. That was on our show, was it not?
Really?
That sounds right.
Right? Where's the cat? He can corroborate this.
Well,
yes, he said that on the show, and me and the cat are looking at each other like, well, maybe we'll just let these two guys work this out and go outside.
I do remember the team was going in a wrong direction, although in hindsight it was just fine compared to.
Yeah, comparatively speaking to the Drew
Holy,
Bennett era.
is 15-65, was it, over 5 years, Doug? 15-65, while also hosting pregame shows, Monday night coaches shows. But we had 15 wins to talk about over those 5 glorious
That's
years.
Hard to imagine how you could intentionally do much worse than that. In a league where everybody's got money and they're drafting a common pool of players, to be that bad, that really, you have to really try. And maybe they were trying there at the end.
And
The point being, Martin was, you guys were the home of the Rams. That was the big thing. And, you weren't holding the rights.
well, I did a commentary that Steve Spagnuolo should be fired, which is really awkward since I hosted the Steve Spagnuolo show.
How do you deal with that? You heard him,
And
too.
I said he was handing out pink slips to everybody. I said maybe he should get one himself.
Oof.
And the next day, my boss Spencer said, "Did you say last night?" He goes, I didn't catch the show. This was during the 2011 spiral. And Maurice started interviewing Spagnuolo on Mondays, and I would pitch to that.
Oh,
Doug.
just because of that
Pitch to
comment?
No, I think actually going into that season, we had already gotten a little sideways.
The Gene Steckschulte's wicked slide piece texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Thanks for running the Rams out of town, Martin. But he also says Navy caps are a well-tailored Navy suit. Classy, American. Red caps on the road or a Cousin Eddie baby blue leisure suit with white loafers. Doug, that's from the Gene Steckschulte's wicked slide piece. I think one of the things that understandably may not be something that fans are aware of unless you are, older, is that, when Stan Musial was playing, they were actually wearing Navy caps, but they had a red bill for much of that time.
Right.
And they were wearing them at home at some points as well. You see Bob Gibson in the Navy caps, and then they switched. Do you remember what year they switched? Because for the most part, in the 70s and 80s, they were all red caps.
Yeah, Derek Gould talked about in his piece. The Cardinals had Navy cap and Navy brim for road games. Late in Musial's career, going into the 60s, they abandoned it to look for a few decades and became red cap absolutists during Whitey Ball. The blue caps returned in 92 and carried into the 2000s.
Until through 2012.
So, because 13 against the Red Sox were in red caps on the road.
And I still don't know at the core of it what that was about.
Right.
You understand sometimes organizations, when they're making a shift, whether it's a relocation like our good friends in Southern California, or a significant player retires, or, new shift to a bunch of minor league players, that they make their move. The Cardinals are in the midst of the best run of any team in baseball from 2000 through 2012. And they're just like, all right, now we're going to go to this different thing, whether we liked it or not. That part was just odd. Then the fans didn't like it. They said, okay, well, we'll do a poll. Then the fans voted for the Navy caps, and they're like, nah, still going with the red.
Right.
I don't understand it. But either way, Anuk's going to be in studio coming up here at 8 o'clock on your Polos Plus dossier. PolosPlus.com is where you can go if you see your TMA hats that you like, your TMA quarter zips, or just for your own business, your neighborhood, your team, whatever it might be. Work with Polos Plus because you can get your logo of your choosing on high-quality premium brands. Work with the great Andrew Hubbard of PolosPlus.com, longtime TMA listener, and now sponsor. Corey Lawson owns the business. It's a family-owned business, been doing business in St. Louis for 3 decades. It's PolosPlus.com. Support a local business that supports TMA, and that is Polos Plus, sponsor of the dossier. If you're interested in TMA merch, go to PolosPlus.com, and you'll see the TMA tab at the top of the page. It is 7:28 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. We are in the Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour on the Morning After 101 ESPN. this is my favorite version. I think the Cardinals will send out a survey for which one they like better on this. Which Navy Caps on the road version.
Well, if they were wise, they would.
Maybe we'll play this for Anuk, Martin.
When you hear a whole
Pack of his
stadium,
stuff.
This is Rihanna, German?
I couldn't get her.
Yeah? So this is Fergie.
Yeah,
Doug, this is Fergie.
she was at a better price point.
it's the fact the whole stadium is singing along. That's what probably swayed the Redbirds.
Weren't there other questions on there, though, about
That's the
uniforms?
thing. There were a bunch of other uniform questions. I can't wait to hear the results since they're talking about the results.
But it seemed like the Navy Caps one was the only one that could inspire change, you know, outside of like maybe a new City Connect in a couple.
Now, see,
years.
here's the other thing. I knew that the Navy Caps thing was super popular, and that wasn't just like looking through the TMA lens. Like anytime, I said this whenever that survey came out, oftentimes, and it's fine, it comes with the territory. That's what the money's for.
Oh, gosh.
That if there is something that this show gets behind, then automatically, it's like politics. Well, if they're on board, then I got to take the other side. You know what I mean?
Right.
Kind of like the doggies thing.
I was just about to mention.
That's a perfect example.
Yeah.
Oh, they like it.
Yeah.
Then-
Ravioli boys.
Then we'll do Ravioli Boys or whatever it is. Fine, don't care. But the fact that even with this show being behind it for however long, I guess 13 years, people are still like, yeah, the Navy Caps are the right thing. The other thing which we really haven't spent much time on, maybe you've talked about it, is, and I'd be curious if Anuk says this when he's with us here at 8 o'clock, the Lou thing, the City Connect, not very popular. I think that's the thing that I noticed secondarily, that the popularity of the Navy Caps thing, and God bless them, they made that change, but I get the sense that young, old, the Lou thing is kind of like, yeah, I mean, that was 2000 with Nelly, and that's great, and Nelly was there last night, but I don't know if that's something that has a lot of approval. I think the Victory Blue is also something that has some pushback as well. I sense the cream Saturdays are popular, and the home Navy on Sunday is popular. But I will be curious, since Anuk is sharing the data, what the results are, and we will have him in at 8 o'clock.
I would never want to see a jersey without the birds on the bat logo, because that's clearly one of the best in all of sports. Mm-hmm. And whatever uniform they tinker with, I would always want that to be on the front.
Yeah. I think every single uniform currently has the birds on the bat.
I
Even
think so.
the City Connect says the Lou, but still has the birds on the bat underneath.
My hope is that the Lou just quietly goes away. It doesn't need a press release.
Well, they can just make a new City Connect. Like, there's already been several teams who have done a second City Connect jersey and then essentially retire their first one. So if they were to make a new City Connect, they could get rid of the Lou thing, maybe incorporate some different parts of St. Louis.
So the other jerseys are just jerseys, but when they wear City Connect, we feel really connected to that team.
That's right.
And they're connected to us.
Yeah, and I've said it countless times, but I think despite the Lou thing, which is, not something that I think a lot of people are on board on, they avoided the hell that could have been if they were like the Reds and the all red, like red pants, red jersey. How bad would that? Then you wouldn't even be like, I'd be like, that's not even my team out there.
Yeah.
So if it's a glorified spring training uniform with the Lambert Airport hat, okay, we avoided hell.
Some of the old throwbacks are nice. Like the Reds and the Pirates in the 60s used to have some great uniforms.
With
Where
the train conductor hat?
They have basically
Train conductor
a
came
vest.
along later, Paper.
No, yeah, that's later.
Was that Cecilia Guante and John Candelaria?
Yeah, Kent DeColvey. But they had they would wear vests with
Shorts and
dark
t-shirts.
sleeves,
Yeah.
and they both look great.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Sleeveless uniforms always, I think, look pretty cool.
Yeah.
You can text in 314-399-9646. It's your Comfort Service text inbox. Open up your YouTube app. Join in with 260 friends and 7,150 subscribers in the TMA STL YouTube chat. That's brought to you by Form Energy. And you're welcome to call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Cardinal President Anuk Karunaratne will be in studio with us on the Polos Plus dossier coming up at 8 o'clock. And Andrew Hubbard of Polos Plus has just sent me a text, Doug, and we've got ourselves a prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day today.
Nice.
He says he's got a Navy Caps on the Road special. They've dropped the price from $35 to $25 on the shirt, as well as the TMA Navy Cap. So if you are interested, that's at polosplus.com, and there's a TMA tab. And then he wants to give away a Navy Caps on the Road t-shirt, and a Navy TMA cap to the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day winner today in celebration of the Cardinals going from the red caps to the Navy Caps on the road. That's Andrew Hubbard and Polos Plus online at polosplus.com. So send your emails in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email today at 9:45, and you could win a treasure trove of merchandise from polosplus.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Doug, sweet mother of mercy, is it hot out there? I mean, I'm not even messing with it, brah. 96 degrees today, 96 degrees tomorrow, 97, 97, 97 Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You horse plowing me out here?
I'm not, no.
Then it looks like it might cool down a bit, 86, 85 on Monday and Tuesday, and then 95 and then 98 degrees in honor of Nick Lachey as Scotty Scheffler arrives in town for the first round of the BMW Championship. He will be welcomed by 98-degree temperatures.
Gosh.
Rory, how's that going to treat you? You going to skip this one? Then 93 degrees on Friday, Doug. So if the air conditioning goes out, go to designairservice.com and work with the great Seth Goldcamp like Martin, Doug, and I do. Longest running sponsor on TMA. Any issues, don't panic. All you got to do is go to designairservice.com, and Seth and his team pride themselves on getting out there quick, fast, in a hurry to take care of it, not upselling you, just getting the problem fixed, and your life is back to normal. Designairservice.com. Sponsor of the email of the day here on TMA. Chairman Curtis, Chairman Steve still on the line. Doug, Chairman Steve is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hello, Steve. Oh, gosh.
W there. It's a hat. That's cool. Now we can quit talking about it, all right?
Gosh.
I want to get with Doug about this dog thing.
Yeah.
I'm not a big dog person. My wife wanted dogs. We had 2 dachshunds. They were wonderful. They lived till 16 and 18. Put them down in about 2020, and our life has been infinitely better since then. I told my wife, I said, when I die, you can get a dog. Until then, we will not have a dog. And then I got a little PSA, too. We go out to eat a lot. And, when the weather's not like the hell like it is now, we eat outside. And these generation who brings their dogs everywhere, I don't want to eat with the dog out there. And I love, like Tam Ave, I love, but it's overrun by dogs a lot of times.
Papers, is that correct?
They're bringing
and what's that about?
Bringing Great Danes, Mastiffs. I mean,
to restaurants?
If your dog barks nonstop, you do not bring him to a restaurant where other dogs are going to be. If he doesn't like other dogs, keep him at home. Yeah. There's no logic to it.
Tell me if I'm wrong on this, and I know, Chairman, you've been married for a long time, but the dog is kind of like the conversation starter if you're out there trying to find yourself some ass. Am I correct?
But that's not like solo guys bringing their dogs.
This is just like couples bringing their
dogs. Or like a group of girls, and they're bringing, to Chairman's point, sometimes very large dogs who don't seem to get along very well with others. I've seen a situation where clearly there was a dog there who was not getting along with anybody and causing a scene, and the owners simply would not leave or do anything about it.
How about the owner of the restaurant kicking them out?
Yeah, well, they have to. They decide if they want dogs or not. It'll say.
Can they say it's an emotional support animal?
I don't know what the deal is.
Like Tam Ave has pictures of like 75,000 dogs all over the place, and they'd welcome the dogs. And it's fine most cases.
95% of the time, it's fine.
But it's usually a couple. They're couples, right?
I go like 50% of the time, it's fine. If your dog weighs more than like 60 pounds, you should not bring him to a crowded outdoor patio.
The TMA Reddit insider says it's a bunch of losers trying to pick up women. They bring their 60-pound dog hoping to get a hello. It's obnoxious, Doug. That's from the TMA Reddit insider.
Okay.
See, I disagree. I'm picturing a couple that's like in their late 20s. He's wearing a messy throwback jersey, and they're just kind of...
Don't have a child yet.
And they live in the neighborhood, right. The dog is their child.
And he's got a messy throwback on?
Yeah. He's just kind of that guy.
I tell you what, when they have a kid, they forget about the dog. The dog takes a back seat. Dog's a problem at that point.
Yeah.
So.
It wasn't that long ago that it would have been unheard of to take a dog to a restaurant. It would have been a flat out, are you kidding me? No. Can't have dog hair around this food.
you can't get away from them either. You get on the plane, there's 20 dogs on the plane.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, people bring in. I don't know. Sometimes it's necessary to travel with your dog. I get it, but these people who go on vacation and take their dog with them, it's like, okay, come on, you drive to where you're going to vacation. Don't fly with me and the damn dog, or there should be a plane with the dog in it. And I know a lot of people love dogs, and I'm probably getting some hate on it, but this is how I feel about it. And I see tons of dogs every day, and I pet every dog I see if they're nice, because I go to people's houses and the dog's there. But, and some of these idiots, the dog's jumping all over me, and I'm like, well, why didn't you leave the dog outside when I came if you knew he was going to jump all over me? But, they think their dog's a kid. It's not a kid. It's a dog.
Yeah.
And I know you love it, but come on.
So what are you endorsing for Doug? You're telling Doug to move on?
I'm telling Doug, leave the doors open.
She won't go anywhere. She can hardly go outside.
Let it run.
The gate.
We've tried that.
I'll drop her off at the park. I don't know.
Oh.
Go to Tam Ave, bring the dog and just leave it. Someone will take it. They love dogs.
100%.
Is that right?
That dog would have a good home.
Is that right?
Yeah, someone would
You
snag
spend
it.
a lot of time there, don't you?
Yeah, that's your spa papers, isn't it?
I do love Tam Ave. Yeah, and
awesome.
most of the time the dogs are fine and people love them. But it does sometimes it gets tight in space out there on that patio on a beautiful evening and everyone's out there, and sometimes it's like now I'm kind of like stepping over your German Shepherd to
It's the Browns bar, so we go there a lot of Sundays because my buddy's a huge Browns fan.
St. Louis Browns? Cleveland Browns.
No, Cleveland Browns, buddy.
How old are your friends?
yeah, they throw in old games.
Yeah, he's
That
from
would be
Cleveland.
hipster.
We go there a lot for it. And Sundays, big day to go out. And, fortunately, the game's at noon, and a lot of these 20-somethings, they're not out and about until 2 or so. But it starts filling up, and it's just like more and more dogs. I'm like, oh, my God.
Chairman, it looks like you want a piece of the other chairman's ass.
I'm usually pro Steve, but I think my stance is clear on this. So
You describe him as a grumpy old queen this morning.
Well, I can be. I'm not a queen, though. I'm more of a king. But short king, baby.
Short king season.
Proud short king.
But I respect that you love your dog, but you got to respect that I need my space when you go out with your dog.
So
That's
a
the
polite
other
little
thing.
dog sitting at the bar, bad. You drunken, falling off a bar stool, good.
When does that happen? It happened one time. I fell off a bar stool.
When is I like how you started with when has that? Well, there was that one time.
At least he's
One
spending
time.
money. The dog's not spending anything.
The owner
I
probably
just. But your dog's pretty big, right?
yeah, he's around that 60-pound range you were talking about. But I'm not a
With
dog.
other
I don't
dogs?
take my dog. I don't go out to bars anyway, so I'm not dog at the bar guy. But
Dog at the bar guy.
I mean, if you are there without a dog, and you haven't had a dog in 6 years like me, and it's fine. I'll pet dogs when I see them, but then I'm trying to eat food, and there's a dog practically begging for food right now.
yeah, and I think that might have come up on the ATMA a while back. I'm anti-dog in restaurant. Yeah, as a dog guy.
That's basically what I'm saying. And I personally, I like dogs. I don't love them, and we had dogs for 20-something years in my house, but I don't know. It was, it's just, people get carried away with their dogs, and then they have a kid and they forget about the dog.
Yeah.
So,
Doug, you just need to leave the door open. That's the key.
It won't help. She won't leave.
All right.
Can't get her to go outside.
give it to John or somebody. Greg.
I don't know
Greg
what to
needs
do
a
with it.
dog.
Give
Give it away.
Like,
How old is the dog?
about 15.
Put her down.
Cardinals.
Pot him down. Put him down.
Oh, Yeller. Oh, Yeller. No.
Chairman Steve, anything else?
That's it. That's
We've
all
covered
I
a lot.
wanted to get out
We've
there.
covered a lot.
Love you
All
guys.
right. God bless you,
Good
Chairman
luck to what's his name, the Cardinals guy on there. I
Good
met
luck
him
to
one
the
time when I.
Oh, Anuk Karunaratne, who will be with us in studio at 8 o'clock.
Unless he's been
I
listening.
think
That's correct.
he lived in my building. I think for a minute.
Oh, does he?
So yeah, I don't know if he still does.
Oh,
but,
that was the
I don't know
DeWitt's
if he wants to
Carlton.
Discuss where he lives. Yeah. All right, guys. You have a good day.
God
Okay,
bless.
sorry
Thanks,
about
Chairman.
it.
It's Doug.
All right.
That's Chairman Steve, and he's anti-dog and restaurant and bar.
I think a lot of people love their own dogs, but just okay with anyone else's dog.
But I
other
think
dogs are a nuisance, but they love their own dog.
But I would say any place of business, if they want to be dog friendly, it's their choice. And then if you don't like it, then you don't go there.
Yeah. But
I'm with Steve. The taking your dog everywhere in public and acting like it's a human being deserving of equal rights at an establishment is why China is winning. Also, quote, dog dad or quote, dog mom window stickers are a close second to the 13.1 stickers at this point. It's not your child. Doug, that's Carlos Spicy Wiener, who's going into the Hall of Fame.
now people aren't bringing dogs to the bars at night, are they?
Yes.
At
Really?
night?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Sure.
Like Friday and Saturday night, they're going to a bar where
Yeah, they're not staying till midnight or 1, but yeah, they'll get there around 7 or 8 and hang out till 10:30, 11. Yeah. And the dog usually is well behaved, but like, again, especially at Tam Ave on a Friday or Saturday night, it's getting really packed on that patio, and sometimes the dog is like taking up a lot of space in the areas which you need to walk. And it's like, I'm never going to complain or like yell at the owner, but sometimes like, all right, maybe that's more of a late afternoon, early evening kind of scene, and then let people kind of have the area here.
Overbearing sports dad wants a piece of Chairman Steve's ass. Hey, look at me. I don't like dogs guy. Complaining about people seeking attention. Awesome self-awareness, dumbass.
No.
Doug, that's the overbearing sports dad in the Form Energy YouTube chat.
Yeah, it's a tough call.
I would have listed Chairman Steve's take there under my dangerous take umbrella.
That's dangerous take.
It's dangerous takes, man.
Is that 9-3 today, dangerous take?
A dangerous take can come at any time, but you know, if you have one, feel free to share. But just know, proceed with caution.
Guy bringing dogs with him to Home Depot reeks of Cottleville. That's from Big Tuft. They bring dogs to Home Depot at Cottleville, Doug?
I don't know.
I do think it's become more commonplace for people to have their dogs with them, and it could be that they are for emotional support. I'm not sure. And then those are the ones you can't go over and pet, I guess.
Sometimes, yeah.
Because every once in a while you see a duck, look at you. And it's like, no. It's an emotional support. So like what? It's got its hands full and can't be said hi to?
I referenced my favorite page on TikTok. This guy has just a tiny little snowball of a dog, and it runs around on a really long leash, and anytime someone goes to pet it, he goes, not friendly, don't pet. he starts screaming at them, and they fall over in terror.
Doug, as you know, this show is essentially now like The View with the female audience. It was rare to actually hear from a male caller. Caller Ellen, however, is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, caller.
She's a delight.
She is a delight.
Oh, hi, guys. How's it going?
Hello, Elsie. How are you?
Well, I'm great. Thank you. I confess that I just heard sort of the last, I guess, half, depending on how long Steve talked, which
a lot
can be long. But I am somebody, I actually just got a dog about 5 weeks ago, my second dog, and I love dogs. And I'm the first one to say, can we stop acting like dogs belong in restaurants or on airplanes or any of that stuff?
Ellen, you just went Bluetooth or call her Ellen if you know what you're in an echoed shape.
Doug, what's going on?
I don't know.
She can't hear.
Doug, what's going on?
She walked away from the cell phone, clearly.
Oh, no, I lost you. My terrible AirPods. Sorry, guys. I'm
Doug,
back.
caller Ellen, can you hear us?
I can. I'm sorry. My AirPods went out. They're cheap. Sorry, guys.
Oh. You sounded good there for a while, and then it sounded like not so good, like you were walking out of the room.
I know. I'm so sorry. It's my fault.
But
No,
your
I
point was,
saying-
the dogs in restaurants and airplanes and all these places are getting a little much.
No, it is. It's more than much. It's like I could not love my dog more. He's standing right here, and he doesn't belong in restaurants or on planes. He just doesn't. Because you could have the person sitting next to you with terrible allergies or whatever else. So the dog cannot be elevated to the status of a human. And I feel like that's kind of what happened. And you're talking to somebody who has to remind herself, like, if I had to choose between saving my dog getting run over and his human getting run over, I need to remind myself that it's more important to save the human. I mean,
It might depend on who the human is, but
you're not up on the sidewalk
maybe,
driving.
but I'm just saying, Joe six-pack human is more valuable than a dog. Sorry for those of you out there who don't agree, but that's kind of how I feel. I do feel like there's a pecking order, and so I just wanted to say that because I and maybe that makes me old or whatever else, but I just don't think it's fair. And Doug, anytime you can tell us more tinsel stories, how did she become a lady of the night?
Well,
Anytime you can share more tinsel stories, I'm in.
Okay. Well, the tinsel.
That's all I have.
This is going way back to like the 70s with tinsel.
Yeah, but we still celebrate her sexual promiscuity.
She had a daughter named Tudor. We kept Tudor. We had tinsel.
Was Tudor a him?
No, Tudor was a little more well behaved.
Named after John Tudor or the Brits?
Yeah, boy, that second half of 1985, Martin.
He was 18-1, 18-1.
I think some people,
Are you guys trying to keep me on the line, by the way, or am I just lucky?
No, you're fine.
Hang out.
We sometimes forget the caller's still there. We just start
That's
talking.
what I mean. I'm never sure if I'm supposed to be chiming in.
Well, do you run into this? So you're leaving the house and the dog gives you that look, please take me with you. And you're thinking for a moment, well, maybe I should. I feel sorry for leaving him. But then as soon as you drive away, the dog curls up and goes to sleep for 3 hours and probably forgets you're even gone.
With my last dog, I did have heavy guilt. This dog, thankfully, and he's a rescue too, 2 rescue dogs. This dog likes nothing more other than having me in the house. His second favorite thing is having me out of the house. He loves being at home.
Yeah.
So I don't have that guilt with this dog, or maybe I've just gotten thicker skin. But you just can't. I don't care about that. I mean, you've got to make it. There are plenty of places to take dogs, by the way. I mean, my God, there are more doggy daycares and people who come and walk your dog. And I mean, there are more options than ever for giving our dogs live so well. I remember my dog in the 70s I'm sorry, we didn't do this for our dogs in the 70s.
No. No, definitely not.
So
would never have thought about taking them to a restaurant. Just the idea would have been completely absurd.
Exactly. I mean, I was, a little kid then, but I just don't remember my dog getting this red carpet treatment. So I just wanted to weigh in on Steve's behalf in a way, and all respect to Chairman Court, especially native cats on the road.
People are concerned you've fallen down a well, and if so, they want you to look for baby Jessica.
Oh, well, God, baby Jessica, that's an old reference. Oh, is that the 80s?
Doug, what year was baby Jessica?
I don't know the years.
I feel like it was in the Man in the Mirror video. And what year was Man in the Mirror? Was that 88,
none of the years,
you think?
I don't know.
88.
Yeah, so maybe baby Jessica, 87?
Did
That's
they
how I'm
find
gonna arrive
Jessica?
there.
They found baby
they got her out of the well.
That's right.
Midland, Texas.
I'm out of the well. I'm out of the well, fellas.
No.
October 14th, 1987.
Oh, Tim, I won, right? Because, you get either year on either side?
That's correct.
Surprise guess, man.
Maybe you ought to watch it. Maybe you ought
Baby
to.
Jessica's going to be a surprise
Give
guest.
us papers. Is that a second question problem?
Well, she's in jail right now, so
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Is she
So we
really?
have to
Oh,
call,
no, baby
collect?
yeah, she kind of
She would
she went
call
bad.
What'd she do?
Oh, no. Those young stars
Charged
always
with
have
assault
trouble.
causing bodily injury involving family violence.
Well, she's still mad at the
Oh.
parents for letting her fall in the well.
Yep, it's reasonable.
It was her aunt's backyard. So she really should be sideways with the aunt.
All right, I got to get on a Zoom call.
Okay, sorry to bother you.
Did we call her? Thank you, caller.
Sounds
Ellen.
like she is on a Zoom call.
We have the Cardinal president joining us in studio.
If
Anuk
I were him, I'd
Karunaratne.
turn around.
You think he's heading back downtown now at
Shut her
this
If he
point?
knows he's getting followed up by baby Jessica.
Anuk's going to be in studio coming up next with some results. Doug, what other uniform changes could be on the horizon outside of the
can't
Navy
imagine.
caps on the road? Anuk's going to join us coming up here next on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update that's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The Cardinals win last evening over the Phillies. Back in action today with a rubber match against the Phillies. 1:15 p.m. first pitch. Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
To the Morning After, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. From the Stiefel Studios, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls and emails. And Doug, I don't know if you noticed it, but if you look on your right, the president of the Cardinals is sitting here.
I did notice that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the program Anuk Karunaratne, the president of the Cardinals.
Hello,
and Doug, this is the man who made the Navy caps on the road possible. We just want to thank you. We just want to thank you. And thank you for doing the right thing, Nook.
Not counting the votes, just doing the right thing.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you guys have been on the right side of history, I think, on this one. So
Yes.
kudos. But in the end, I think, thanks are not due to me. Like, we're just trying to do what our fans are telling us to do. And that's one of the commitments we've made is we want to put our fans at the center of the decisions we're making that impact them. And when we make those decisions, we want to have them in the room and consider the things that are important. And this is one example of that.
15,000 votes. And what was the breakdown on the Navy cap vote?
Was that before or after we took out your fraudulent votes?
Oh, my goodness. Don't drop on it.
A lot of
We're going to a break.
He said they were measuring certain precincts more than others.
Mail-in votes. Some came in very late.
Yeah.
It was about 80% in favor of Navy caps.
80%?
Yeah.
Really?
Were you surprised by that?
I didn't really know what to expect. I didn't think it would be like that strong in favor of one or the other. I maybe thought it would be closer, like 60-40 or, something like that. But it was a clear signal.
Was this much of a conversation internally within the organization? Was anyone really concerned about it?
About making the change?
Yeah, or had you talked about it before, just recently when everyone started to bring up the subject?
I started asking. So the way that we did the survey was when we did the press conference about a month ago, 5 or 6 weeks ago. One of the reporters asked a question about the Navy caps, and I said to him, "Okay, I've heard this from Tim and others. What did the fans say? Like, have you heard from fans directly?" He said he hadn't. And then Martin texted me the next day and just said, "Hey, congrats on the promotion." And he mentioned, I heard you got asked about the blue hats. And I said, I did, but I can't tell if this is a media thing or if this is a fan thing. Like, have you heard? And he said, I don't know. Like, we don't have a great feel for, what the fans think. And so that's what led us to, okay, let's just ask what the fans think. And that's how we got to this point.
Thank God Anuk didn't read that. I said, Tim's kind of a clown. It's embarrassing.
I think Anuk can tell that on his own.
We should really move on. And by the way, Brendan Schaefer, who asked the question, we were on this show, and instead of us doing real journalism, we just said out loud, boy, if Schaefer's listening, can he just bring it up today? His friend heard us say that, texted him, said, you're supposed to ask this question.
Yes.
And here we are.
Yep.
Here we are.
So thank you to Brendan Schaefer's friend, Anuk.
There you go.
But why and then the immediacy? It's not for down the road.
Yeah.
Right? So how do you decide that?
Well, we could have waited till next season. We could have done it now. And in the end, this wasn't like a difficult change. The only logistical thing was making sure that Mark Walsh, our clubhouse manager, who takes all our equipment on the road, could manage this. But the thing was, for this road trip, we were already taking the blue helmets for the Cincinnati series and I think Philadelphia after that.
Back to back.
So it wasn't like an extra burden logistically. And we didn't feel like there was a reason to wait.
Anuk, I'm curious on other results because the survey wasn't just about the Navy caps. Anything else as far as data that you collected stand out?
Well, the biggest thing is people love the uniform, and I think that's not a surprising result, but I think is just important context that all of the things we asked about are kind of relative preferences. Do you like the red or the blue hat? Like, people love both of those hats. Mm-hmm. People love all of the uniforms, just to differing degrees. We saw that there were kind of people that were more traditionalists. Like, there's a group of fans that tends to be slightly older fans that like the whites and the grays. Like, that's their preference. They don't like the alternates as much. And on the flip side, there's a big group that likes the blues and the creams more so than the other ones. So that was interesting. We asked about, do you like the Sunday hat? People like the Sunday hat. If you forced them to choose, they would prefer the red, but that's popular. We asked about the
City Connect, right?
We asked about City Connect. I think people like the City Connect as far as in comparison to other City Connects, but maybe not as much as the rest of our 4 uniforms that we have. So I think people, on the whole, people were open to considering, a new City Connect whenever, that time frame comes up. We're still going to wear this one next season, but, teams change it every 3 or 4 years. So we'll consider that.
I think one of the things that, outside of the fact that this show has been talking about this for 13 years, and you mentioned it earlier, but I think that this is the important thing from a bigger picture perspective, is what you and those involved in this have done is let the fan base know that their voice matters. Now, not just one off, but when you have this kind of overwhelming support for something, that the organization is not going to just turn their heads up and go, no, this is what we want to do. If this is important to the organization, you, the DeWitts, are stewards of this organization for this fan base, and you guys listened. And I think that's good and smart business.
Yeah, well, thank you. And that's, like I said, we're trying to embed that approach in all of our decision making, that at least as it relates to things that are fan facing, because our goal is to be stewards. We also want to run a good business. The smart thing to do is to do things that your customers want. And in this case, we also feel like our fans are, as passionate as you could ask for, and we just have an obligation to do right by them. And, the Cardinals wouldn't be what they are without our fan base. And so for all of those reasons, the smart decision is to consider fan input. Doesn't mean we're just going to run decisions off of polls every day. But understanding what fans want, what their preferences are, is going to be important in every decision we make.
How quickly did you realize when you got here, because the Cardinal brand is strong, they'd had an unbelievable run of success, but then it was kind of ticking down, and you got here and things have been rough for a couple of years in terms of the on-field product. When did you kind of say, okay, there is a disconnect? We need to kind of lean in a little more. We can't just print tickets. We're not where we were 10 years ago, even, as far as just popularity and attendance. How quickly do you see, okay, we've got to kind of lean into like where that disconnect is?
I think, like, philosophically, I've just always believed kind of the philosophy I outlined, which is we should be understanding what our fans want and factoring that into our decision making. And so pretty much from the time I got here, we've been working on evolving that capability and that ability. We do a ton of surveys. This is one of them that this is probably the most famous survey we've done, but we are trying to factor into our thinking what fans want, whether that was the Friday Night Live stuff we've done, or the Kids Sundays, or focusing on value of concessions. All of that has come from an understanding of what's important to fans. I think to your question about, the point in time when I joined the organization, I think it was an interesting time. It was, I think, the first losing season in however long. It's a very, very long time.
It wasn't your fault, though.
No. Well, I just got here. And one of the things that stood out to me was every market goes through ebbs and flows. When the team is good and the team is not good, that's somewhat normal, except in this market, because we were good for 25 years. And, that was unique. And I think it was a learning experience for our fans, for our staff, for the media. So I think part of that was just like understanding the context of some of this is normal. We just haven't been through it yet, and not overreacting to that. Like, there's emotions people feel as you go through a competitive cycle, and people just need to feel those emotions but feel like the organization is focused on the right things, has a clear plan and direction, and that we're communicating that clearly. And I felt like, over the last couple of years, we've done a better job of that. Chaim has been really good. I think one of the things he's done well is, in October last year, he laid out what his plan was. He set expectations that weren't overly rosy, and he stuck to the things that he said he's going to do. And the positive is, and credit to our players and coaching staff, that we've probably outperformed what people thought. At least, you guys probably go back and listen to the tapes in spring training. I don't think people would have said we would have seen what we've seen from this team this year, and that's a credit to our staff and our players. But I think that's helped build excitement.
Anuk Karunaratne is in studio with us here on TMA, the president of the Cardinals. One of the things that I have sensed, sure, the team is 60-60, which mathematically is superseding expectations, at least by odds makers, without question. I thought last night, you have a new Cardinal and Everson Pereira with that catch and the emotion he shows. Stanek gets out of the bases loaded jam. He's all fired up. I think one of the things that has resonated with the fan base, even though the team isn't sitting in first place, is the energy and the buy-in. And I also sense that there is some energy and buy-in on the business side, and that those two forces are coalescing. And yeah, it might not necessarily result in the kind of success that we were used to, but that it's laying the foundation for it. We see what's on the field. What do you see in the business offices with regard to that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of parallels between both the business and the baseball side in terms of how we're thinking about getting to our long-term goal, which Chaim has said, we want to be back to sustainable winning consistently, and the business side has a role to play in that as well. I think that people have asked me, hey, what's the thing you've been most proud about in the couple of years that you've been here? And there's been a lot of cool things, from tarps off to, various things we've done. But the thing I'm most excited about is seeing the progress we've made internally on people feeling excited about and starting to think differently about how we can affect our goals as a business, how we can better connect with our fans, how we can give them an experience that's memorable and is compelling and gets them to come back to the stadium, how we can create connection through content or, the various other platforms. And I think that energy and the enthusiasm is something that has built over time. We have an incredibly hardworking team, an incredibly knowledgeable team. It's a team that doesn't get any real recognition. It's just by design. Mm-hmm. And I think it's been really cool to see that group come together and, feel like there's some positives. And I think this year has been a great step forward for us in that regard.
It has to be really encouraging that even with something like the color of a hat, people still care. It'd be easy to say, who cares what the uniform is, but they don't. And here, Cardinal fans care about everything.
They care about everything, and I think that's the big distinction. And, I said this when I first got here. You asked about, the sentiment of fans at the time, and there's a big difference between apathy and being angry, because one comes from a place of care and the other comes from a place of not caring. And we don't really have that much apathy. I think there's a lot of people that were pissed off, and for good reason. And this year, you've seen a notable change just in the sentiment of the fan base, just anecdotally.
Mm-hmm. How about attendance-wise? I think early there's been more energy for sure, less apathy. My gut is, and I know they announce the paid attendance. A lot of people will roll their eyes. Hey, 27,000, you just see empty seats everywhere. But what about actual ticket sales? I feel like it's just up a tick, but not anything dramatic. Is that
It's
accurate?
not dramatic, but we're ahead of last year. I think we'll finish ahead of last year slightly, which I think we've been happy with. And yeah, people are showing up too, to your point. And we've had some good weather that's helped with that. But part of it is the team. It's just been a really exciting and fun team to watch, even in a loss. Mm-hmm. They never stop fighting. They're going to come back. When you have a young team, you'll see mistakes made that are learning opportunities. Ollie's talked about that, but it's still fun, and I think people appreciate that.
Anuk is way more disciplined and professional is the word.
Right.
If I'm him and I'm walking the hallways and it's like January, February, and I see Chaim, I'm like, Wouldn't hurt to have Weatherholt on the roster. Wouldn't hurt to make sure he makes the team. And now I'd be in the hallway saying, Baez hit another one. I would always be thinking marketing as opposed to what makes baseball sense. Marketing, always be marketing.
I had that great idea for marketing for Release the Hoosier. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Boy.
This is what you do.
This sounds good, though.
Late in the game, when a lot of people are going to want to go home, maybe 8th inning, between innings, you bring out like a bullpen like they have at a rodeo, and you have a drunken fan out there, and you raise the gate, and he runs out on the field, and the ushers have like 30 seconds to try to tackle him. If they get him, he gets thrown out of the building. If he stands up, you give him a couple tickets to the next game.
Well, Jesse Cole and the Bananas are coming. I'm gonna suggest that idea to him.
Love that.
The Bananas might actually do that. Do you think if you wanted to do Release the Hoosier, which is our St. Louis term for a redneck, that you'd have to run it past Manford in New York first to make sure this is allowed?
We might have to, get the trademark rights checked on,
Yeah, this would be a big hit for you.
Yeah.
Might have some liability questions that you need to tend to. Doug's been pushing for this for a while. I think it could be a hit.
got the caps. Tim's happy. Doug will not rest until he gets his.
Release the Hoosier. Yeah.
All right. Well, in 13 years, we'll do a survey. And
yes,
you
there you
ask
go.
the people, they would love it. This will come back. This will be like a 99-1 issue.
Wow. And then Tim, mine is beer taps in the press box. Okay, like the old days.
That did used to
The old
exist,
days.
Doug. That did
You'd see
actually.
that-
Martin, your thing and my thing, kind of, and I've asked you about this, is the post game. And like the Blues, for example, but this is MLB across the board. There's a bunch of post game of Jim Montgomery and the players of the game. Is this an MLB thing or is this an availability thing? Because, for example, when the team's on the road, it's difficult to get post-game sound, and I realize there's been a change in the television broadcasts.
Yeah.
How much of that's related, and what can realistically be done?
I think it's a combination of things. One is like we have had less media traveling on the road, and that's just the choices of the different media outlets that are covering us in this year. The other is just how how MLB has set up its production, and that's something we've been in discussion with. But I think most teams do 15-minute pre- and post-game shows, and that's it. You don't really have enough time to get post-game sound into that format. And we also don't have the same number of staff there in terms of capturing that post-game sound. So we this year, we kind of pushed for, we want a longer post-game and pre-game show. There are some technical limitations of doing that on the road.
Okay.
But at home, we've been doing a 30-minute show, and I think we're the only team on MLB Media that's been doing that this year.
Is that right? Well, okay.
And then, so on the road to do a longer show, we need to figure out how to use that studio at Ballpark Village, which we've started, using now for home games. We figured out how to do that, and so it's on our radar. Is a very long-winded way of saying it's kind of on our radar, and we'll see if we can, start bringing some of that back. But there are some technical limitations we need to work with.
I think there's an appetite for it. If you spend 3 hours watching the game, and let's say the guy in left field drops the ball in the 8th inning, you're like, oh, man, what happened? And then you watch the post game, I'm like going, I want to hear from that guy. Or somebody did have a clutch double in the 9th. I think, and maybe MLB will say, well, most markets don't. The first 10, 15 minutes, that's all you need. Well, post game doesn't get going in terms of turning the sound, not to get too logistical, Doug. But you almost need that second 15 minutes to get all of it interviews and fed in and turned. I just think there'd be an appetite for it.
And I put it up on YouTube, so I don't even look at it as a show. But I didn't know if MLB
So we're talking two
restricted
different
it.
things, I think. We're talking the actual post-game show. You're saying
I'm talking YouTube. Because one of the things you guys are doing this year that I think is great, I was looking forward to waking up this morning and watching it. I don't know whose idea it was. When they walk off the field and, like, the guys are asked the shout-outs.
That's our social media team.
Then that's outstanding.
Yeah.
But I love that kind of thing. I think fans love that kind of thing. It's resonated, and I didn't know if it's possible for somebody, whether it be a Cardinal person, to do the interview or just somebody holding up the phone and capturing the postgame and uploading it to YouTube and the streaming platforms, as you certainly have had a conscious effort to start reaching younger fans.
Yeah.
And I think that has played out successfully.
Yeah. So we don't have
the staff
because of the format of the postgame show. Danny Wexelman is like doing the postgame show on the field when those questions should be asked, and we don't have somebody to be in the clubhouse doing the interviews at the same time. So That's something we need to kind of work through.
Because, for example, like say Missouri plays a football game on Saturday, they play at Georgia. The next day, it's all over YouTube. The team will just say, "Here's Coach Drinkwitz's post-game press conference," and it's 15 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
Granted, that's once a week versus the every night grind. I think that's what we talk about too. Just the video, and maybe the Cubs and Marquee Network put it online, and we know like if PCA hit 2 homers, he'll find the audio of whatever he said post-game. So it's the show, but then I think we're also talking about just
for
the
YouTube,
content for your fans, maybe in Alaska, that just go online the next day and click the interviews.
Right.
Just workshopping here. What else can we fix, Tim, while we're here?
No, we're always working on things for you, Nook.
I'd like to see a couple of drones.
Oh, God.
Made to look like cardinal birds.
He looked away. Anouk looked to me like, oh, my God.
One named Stan,
we got an
one
elderly
Albert.
gentleman here. Long-time season ticket holder.
These drones sit above the scoreboard. Cardinal hits a home run. The drones fly around the stadium, tweeting as loud as they can tweet. Kind of a throwback to when
through
when
that
we had a
sign.
scoreboard.
The sign in, was it Old Bush? Or?
Yeah, that had a cardinal going tweet, 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 all around, and people love that. Now we can do that with a drone.
That's the modern version.
Yeah, get a
I like
drone
that.
tweeting around the stadium. That'll come, not just 8th inning with, release the Hoosier. This could happen anytime during the game.
One of the things that goes on in this program, Anouk, here inside the studios, is sometimes shots are fired from inside the studio, and you never know who. And Chairman Kurt, right behind you, inside the studio, in the YouTube chat, which is up there, where 330, now 340 friends are talking it over, said, "This interview was going so well, and Doug just embarrassed us." So inside the room, Chairman Kurt is...
friendly fire.
It also says, is Doug drunk? Is the next question. Somebody else said, "I like this guy. He's sharp."
Yeah, how about that? You are getting a lot of endorsements, and I got to tell you, on this program, no one ever gets endorsements.
They don't like
so for you to
anything.
get endorsements, that's big. This is a tough audience.
Okay, that's great.
And for those who don't know, when you're at WashU, you used to attend Rams home games. So probably where you got a lot of creative marketing ideas being inside the
those
dome.
Rams rules.
What years would that have been? Because I'm trying to think how bad they were when you were going.
Well, I was here 01 to 06.
Oh, you got to
not
see
a
some
bad
great
run.
stuff then.
Greatest show on turf.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That was the best.
That was a good time.
I'm asking this, then maybe I'm intrusive, but that's fine. After Doug's drone question, I feel like we can...
All bets are off.
All bets are off, yeah.
2 of them.
But I, individually, just observing outside looking in, I'm like, when you got promoted, I'm like, I think this is a great thing. Because honestly, again, I'm thinking, this guy's probably going to get called somewhere else. So for you, as far as the process of going from your role, which was a substantial role, but to president of the organization, something that had been inside the family, how important was that to you, and now for your family to know, okay, we're here, we're running this organization, and we're in St. Louis? So individually, I'm curious on that for you and your career aspirations.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely, like, this role was a next step for me that was like a logical next step in my career. And, so being able to fulfill that has certainly been meaningful. And to do it in an organization like this that is as iconic as it is, with a fan base that is as passionate as it is like a pretty rare opportunity. So it's something that I'm incredibly grateful for, honored by, and, feel the weight of the responsibility that comes with it to do the things that make sense to make this organization what our fans want it to be and what we all want it to be. So I think that piece has been, personally fulfilling. I'm more than anything else, I'm just excited about tackling the challenges that lie ahead. There's some, industry level or, broader just challenges that we have to deal with, whether that's, economic issues or just changes in the media landscape, changes to how people consume live content. There's some meaningful things we need to figure out, but I'm excited because there's no better market than this for baseball. And if anyone can succeed in the long run, we should be able to do it here. And we have an ownership group that I think understands and sees the bigger picture of that. So all of those things make me just really excited and grateful.
Anuk Karunaratne here on TMA.
Doug got something. Oh, no.
I apologize. I was wrapping up, and I just stepped on Doug.
Is this an idea, Doug, or a question?
No, I'll email you some more ideas.
All right.
God, I want video and audio. I'm big on access. I need Anuk walking into Billy's office today and saying, and he says, how'd it go on TMA? Well, you know, Doug? Oh, absolutely. He's got a couple of ideas. Here you go, Bill.
Right.
And just throw them at him.
Some of these tarps off guys, they would probably volunteer to be the first release the Hoosier
There you
participant.
go.
Anuk, before we let you go, Chairman Kurt, he just texted me again inside the room.
Okay.
Are you familiar at all with the Navy Caps on the Road song?
I've heard snippets of it.
All right. Chairman Kurt was requesting if he could put headphones on you to hear.
Not like Gene Katie where we do it ourselves. He's going to do it himself.
To hear Chairman Kurt's creation of the Song of the Summer 2026 Navy Caps on the Road, ladies and gentlemen, our DJ Jackson Burkett. There it is, Anuk. Your reaction to what is the Song of the Summer 2026 in St. Louis and I think globally.
Yeah, it's a great song. I mean, those lyrics are like Dylan-esque.
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
amazing job.
If you, as you go forward with this Navy Caps process, if you get into the kind of marketing leg of things and you need some musical interludes for things, I could probably get you the licensing for it.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right.
We're negotiating licensing deals right here on the air.
The YouTube chat immediately said, oh, God, this is weird. Like, good Lord, no.
Anuk, we appreciate you coming in, and thank you for listening to the fans. I think that's a message that many in the audience certainly appreciate, and excited for more to come. Thank you for what you are doing, and thank you for coming into the show, man. Thank you so
Thanks
much.
for having me. Appreciate all you guys do, and we'll see you soon.
All right, that is Anuk Karunaratne with us here on TMA. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more here from the Stiefel Studios. It's the morning after 101 ESPN. We're in the 8 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin is escorting Anuk Karunaratne out the Hubbard Studios here in Creve Coeur, Missouri. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls and emails. And you can get involved on the program. What'd you think of what Anuk had to say? 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone line. You can also text in on your response, 314-399-9646. And you can talk it over with other TMA listeners. 309 friends are in there right now on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel, and we are on there every day, Monday through Thursday, from 7 a.m. to noon, with After the Morning After from 11 to 12 o'clock, and every day 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. here on the 101 ESPN TMA show, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Doug, what stood out to you with the president of the Cardinals' appearance here in studio?
I just like the fact that he really listens to the fans, because a lot of times you get the sense that it doesn't really matter what the fans want, that the front office is going to do whatever they want to do, and maybe not as in touch with the fan base as you would like them to be. But I don't get that sense at all with Anuk. Mm-hmm. He's like the opposite. He wants to know what the fans want, and then they pursue their agenda of going forward from that.
I'll tell you, one of the things that, Doug and I, we've been working together on this show since 2007, working together since 2000, and throughout the course of the different iterations of the show and doing television and doing radio, there's different ways that the audience communicates. Now, certainly it's more immediate, and there's a wide variety of ways to do so, whether it be the text inbox, the YouTube chat, social media, emails, take your pick. But to have an executive with a team that is, not necessarily doing great, but they're certainly, over expectations, have that kind of approval during a conversation is really a rare thing. I can tell you that. And the overwhelming response in our text inbox to what he was saying, especially for an organization that either had been met with anger or apathy over the last few seasons, really stands out to me. And I realize the audience can't see that. I suppose if you're in the YouTube chat, you could see it. But, what's in our text inbox, only we can see that. And people really like, respect, and appreciate, I think, both Anuk on the business side and Chaim Bloom on the baseball side. And that's key for those of you who, when it gets down to it, this is your team, and you want to see them do well, most likely. Some of you certainly are fans of other organizations. But if you're a St. Louisan, this is your team. And the way that things turn around are with a foundation, and the foundations have to be complementary on the baseball and business side, because without the business's success, then you don't have the revenue to then tend to the baseball success. And so right now, I think the Cardinals have that with their two particular leaders. And a thing that is an intangible, but I also think is important for the morale of the fan base, is the messaging of an organization. And that's any business. In this case, we're talking about a sports team that really is a heritage brand in St. Louis. But both Anuk and Chaim, and Ali Marmol for that matter, really do a hell of a job with the messaging. And I think that that's something that the Cardinals have really lacked over the last significant number of years. And I think they do a hell of a job with it. So that's a real positive, I think, internally there, because I think it's resonating, and I think that building is re-energized. But I think for the fan base, that's a hell of a positive as well, that you are going to know as a fan where things stand when you talk with these guys, when you talk with Anuk, when you talk with Chaim, when you talk with Ali. You might not necessarily be happy with it, but you feel like you're going to get an honest answer. And also, with the byproduct of this vote, your voices will be heard. And as a fan, I realize when it's all said and done, you want to see wins, but there is a process to getting there, and I think the Cardinals right now are on the right track.
Yeah, well, I think the messaging matters a whole lot more when your team is not a serious contender. For years, they trotted out teams that were contending every year, getting into the playoffs. They didn't have to do much in the way of PR. Fans were going to be there because the team was exciting to watch. And now that it's just a mediocre team right now at the moment, they're going to have to do a little something extra to get fans in the stadium and keep the fan base involved with the team. And they've done a great job of bringing in people to do that.
And I realized as soon as he got up to leave, I looked down at my monitor. So he was sort of sitting where I normally sit. My monitor was on baby Jessica's Wikipedia page. So he knew he knew this was a serious show.
Yeah, I think when you see that, you know you better buckle up.
Baby Jessica.
He seemed extremely interested in the release of the Hoosier Initiative, to the point where I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it this afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, I could see that.
They did move quick on the cap, so maybe you're right. If they're going to do this, they're going to do it soon.
You tell me people wouldn't stick around to the end of the game to see that? Sure they would.
Scoresy is in the Form Energy YouTube chat, and you can get in there as well and subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. LOL, Martin escorting him out just in case Iggy is in the hallway. That is from Scoresy. Is that the reason you escorted him out?
No, I always want to make sure people get a clean entry, clean exit. And I will tell you, the awkwardness, the Hubbard hallway has that Willy Wonka effect where it just gets more and more narrow. So we're walking and talking, and we're just about, so you're painting a picture for everyone. You pass the Casey Studios, you pass the Point, and then 92.3 and the Arch, and the Point's the last one. And by about that point in the walkway, we kind of look at each other like, who should go next? Because we're getting squeezed as the hallway narrows.
You got to yell corner like it's the Bear.
But I did say, do you know what a Hoosier is? He said, I get the gist. He said, it's not just the Indiana thing. I said, no. And so then I tried to paint a picture for him. He goes, yeah, I get it. I've seen those kind of people, you know. And then we're kind of workshopping whether Doug was serious or not.
So we are going to see it.
Well, I think it's in play.
All right.
That's all I can tell you. But yeah, I think, leaning in, because you can't, and every organization that has success probably gets a little arrogant or a little stale and not even aware of it. Like, hey, we'll just print tickets and they'll all show up.
Yeah, winning fixes everything.
Hey, we're the Cardinals. We'll just win. We just have to show up. That's all it takes. And then they've had to do a reset for sure. And Anuk's a bright guy, and it seems like he's the right guy for this moment.
Yeah, I agree with you. In general, and I realize, listen, for people who have listened to this show for a long time, I think that's why I pointed out earlier when I didn't know that you get accused of being a rights holder. That really surprises me, Martin. But
I just think with the text line on occasion. Okay,
I don't know who would say anybody's a rights holder on here. But with that said, if anything, I think we probably on this show. There is no holding of rights. Don't really care. I guess that kind of comes with, the thing's been around for a while and we don't need to play that game. But I'd also like to think if you are a listener, you know that the show says the people on the show are going to say what they think. So hopefully that gives the listeners an understanding that, if Anuk comes in, that's great. If Haim comes on, it's great. If Ollie comes on, it's great. But none of us need that. So we're going to tell you what we really think, and therefore, when I say, at the very least, I don't want to speak for Doug or Martin, although it sounds like we're saying similar things, that we think in those three positions within the Cardinal organization, they have some quality people in those leadership spots. Ideally, that gives the fan base some excitement, in addition to what you're seeing with some of the younger players on the field, that it was great what we had, and take your pick of whatever year from 2000 through 2015. I mean, holy crap, that was unreal. I don't know if we'll ever see anything like that again, but you're getting to experience the beginning of the process here in a much different way, because the way that was built up was not necessarily through the farm system, and therefore you're going to be able to watch these guys grow and become successful players and a part of this community, ideally, for a long time. In the case of a Weatherholt, possibly Walker, and, a guy who's become a friend of the show, like McGreevy, and some other new ones. And so if your kids are starting to get attached to some of these players, I think you're going to be able to see some of them around for a long time. And ideally, you can grow with the organization into what hopefully will lead to a successful era. Got a weird external factor, of course, with the work stoppage and how that affects things. And certainly some of the players that we have hope for will not necessarily turn out those kinds of returns, but then inevitably there will be a surprise or two that will deliver those kind of returns. The thing that stands out to me is when these guys were here in the 2000s, many of them were already superstars, and so the accessibility to the players at that time was not something that you're now getting because they were already stars and didn't really have any interest in the interaction. And so it was difficult. McGuire, while he was going through that, wasn't, I'm sure he'd be the first one to say it. Affable, did not enjoy it. Albert, I don't know if it was a case of not necessarily being affable, although it would be understood, so much as he was just consumed with working. That was the people would ask what it's like to cover Albert Pujols. I'm like, he's constantly in the cage, constantly working. It was at another level. These guys are new. These guys don't know about all of that. These guys are trying to earn their stripes for their own personal success and income and for the organizations. And so you get to see the organization with the players experience a rebirth and ideally growth. And so as a fan and also someone doing a show, that excites me.
I think the best comp for if you're trying to build a winning team would be right around 2013 because it was largely homegrown, right? You had Alan Craig, John Jay, these are Cardinal players, and then the pitching was exploding at the time with Carlos Martinez and Trevor Rosenthal and all these guys, and you can augment with a Carlos Beltran. You had traded for Freeze. You took a veteran guy like Edmonds and then took a shot on a younger player, brought him in. I think that's the model where you're largely homegrown, Matt Carpenter. But then all of a sudden you can spend a little bit and have the veterans like the Beltrans or go out. And at that point, you can get some pitching. But you had brought Lance Lynn through the system, and Joe Kelly was good, and Waka was good. I think that's the comp that probably should be your target right there in terms of how you build it. And then go out and spend some money on top of that. And I think they will.
When the time comes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big X factor is when is that time going to come? And is it going to come anytime soon to where they go out and pick up this offseason a veteran or two who might take this team from a borderline playoff contender to a serious one?
Because if it takes too long, then fans start to slowly check out. There's no doubt about it.
Well, they're kind of there now. This is about the third year in a row where attendance hasn't been anywhere close to what it used to be. So that, they can't get too used to losing. They gotta get there pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, I would agree.
You're welcome to give your thoughts at 314-399-9646. It's your Comfort Service text inbox. Then you got the Forum Energy YouTube chat. We're 349 friends. What's going on? Doug Lemur, angry. Chairman Kurt says, well, now my day's ruined. I don't have Lemur's approval. There's a whole other show going on our YouTube channel and the YouTube chat, and I don't know what it is. Chairman Kurt, what's going on? There's a gentleman called a Lemur in there?
Not just a regular lemur. He's the roaring lemur.
Doug, the roaring lemur.
What does that mean?
Sorry, time is out.
I don't know what
I've heard of a ring-tailed lemur.
Right?
But none of a roaring lemur?
What is wrong with the roaring lemur and you? Are you guys fighting?
He said, what did he started with, can we stop hearing this awful song now?
Oh, boy.
I just said no. At least stop referring to yourself as a creator after typing a couple prompts.
It's getting ugly in there.
So I don't know how I sleep tonight knowing Lemur doesn't approve.
I'm just glad the YouTube chat was under control during Anuk's visit because it
was up on the monitor.
It is visible, which is dangerous when you have an in-studio guest.
Also today on the Polos Plus dossier, Michelle Smallman. No, pitch out, nobody going, Papers. He just waved me off right there, Doug.
She unfortunately cannot join us. She is throwing out the first pitch at the Cardinal game
that's
today.
what I was getting to.
Yeah, but she, because it's a day game, she has to be there pretty early.
Got it.
So she cannot, unfortunately, swing by.
She wanted to be on the show.
I meant to text
like
you
a
guys
lot of people
yesterday.
want
I
to
got that information. I forgot to text you, fellas. That's
Look how pissed Doug is.
I've never been angrier than this.
See,
He just,
right there.
he just looked out from his phone.
Yeah. I keep getting texts.
Probably was, looking at the traffic on the way home.
Speaking of the futures, I referenced this earlier about bias, but this is Baseball America, and they're all about the prospects in the minor leagues. So they list the Cardinals' best tools, and this is, I think, minor leagues, current major leagues. Best hitter for average. Who do you think? And they've done, I think it's their analysis.
In the major leagues?
Minor leagues, every level, and major leagues. These are the Cardinals' top performers based on their estimation on these specific.
Doug, you love a guessing game.
Skill sets. Best hitter for average. Could be in AA, AAA. Could be on the team right now.
I'd say Alec Burleson.
J.J. Weatherholt. Best power.
He's 40 points below Burleson.
This is what they're ranked. Best Cardinal Tools is what it's called.
Tools.
It's a reputable outlet.
I mean, Jordan, this one, if it's not Jordan Walker, Doug might fight you.
Best power hitter is Ryne Rodriguez, AA catcher, who's 19 but
Over
is
Walker.
raking.
Best tool. I thought best tools was a question.
Best tool, and they rank them down. No, the best tools is the category.
Got it, okay.
And then it's best hitter for average, best power hitter,
Okay.
and they list Ryne Rodriguez. Best strike zone discipline, Doug,
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
J.J. Weatherholt.
Was there a question in there?
yeah,
or what
yes.
the hell are we doing?
The one that really jumped out at me was fastest base runner. Thinking Vic Scott.
Jordan Walker.
They said Baez, Joshua Baez.
He's got a lot of stolen bases.
Faster than Scott.
And then it says best athlete, Joshua Baez. Best outfield arm, Joshua Baez.
Get him up here. Get him up here.
You see what I'm saying, Doug?
Yeah.
Ticking a
Jordan
lot of
Walker's in like
boxes
the
here.
96th percentile of arms in the outfield in Major League Baseball.
This is
Who put this together?
Baseball America.
Oh. Okay.
Paper's going to fight him now, too. Papers and Doug coming
This
for you.
isn't
Baseball
Al
America.
Formicola or whatever his name was.
Yeah, Al Formicola, Colonel's guy.
Who's the best curveball, Doug, in the system?
Libertor.
Tekoa Roby.
Oh, TK.
Best slider, Brandon Clark. You guys better read up on the 2029 Cardinals.
Jordan Walker's on the 99th percentile of arm strength in Major League Baseball. So that's what I would present to Baseball America.
Baseball America is one guy. This
No,
is
it's
one
not
guy's
one guy.
opinion. Yes, it is. It's one guy's opinion writing for a website. You really think they put together a category of 50 people to do all this?
Radio
Now you
executive.
taking a shot at
Yeah.
the Barrett Awards? Are you going now? You're going after Baseball America. This show is like number 7 in fading middle market morning show radio.
Is that what the category was? Fading middle markets?
Yeah, and we were like
markets
7th
that
or
once
something.
were top 10.
Shrinking. Yeah.
Shrinking
I
middle
believe in
market.
keeping the content fresh, recharging my batteries, and leaving the audience wanting more.
It's got a grand title of Baseball America, but you know for sure there's one guy doing this.
All right.
But I still enjoy a guessing game.
Talk doggies, Martin. That's from Gene Thomas, who is not enjoying this Baseball America. He's in the Form Energy YouTube, and he's different than the lemur. The lemur I don't see. Is the lemur gone, Chairman?
The roaring leader.
He's probably still lingering, but he's shut his yap.
Shut his yap. Doggies will play at San Jose on Saturday night. Doug, the
Quake season.
Earthquakes.
The kickoff is at 9:30. Quake's currently 3rd in the West, but your Doggies are currently in the playoff mix because of their recent surge.
Here they come.
It's been like an 8-game unbeaten streak?
Yeah.
Is that right?
At the MLS level. If you include the U.S. Open Cup,
US Open
Doug,
Cup.
Well,
even longer.
okay.
How about that?
Here's a good nerd question, Doug. When you were competing in the U.S. Open Cup prior to your hot streak, that's all you really had, right? Because the team was terrible. So you approach those games like, let's go all out and win this U.S. Open Cup, even though we're an MLS team. But now that you're doing better at the MLS level, are you still going all in on the U.S. Open Cup? Probably at this point, yes, because you're in the semifinals. But some teams approach it as an either or. But now you're back in the mix on the MLS. Okay, that's enough. You get the idea.
Well, yeah, you have to go full bore to try to win every game you play. That's what I think.
There you go.
Lemur succeeded. He got his name mentioned. That's from Scorsy, too.
Okay.
You got a super girl cousin who shows up in a cape.
What?
He was irate. Francesa hated Superman, right? Last summer's hit. Jimmy Gunn.
Hey, 101 ESPN has your chance to win a pair of single-day passes for the BMW Championship happening next week, August 18th to the 23rd at Belle Reve Country Club. The passes include access to the Trophy Club presented by Michelob Ultra. See the top PGA players in the world compete while enjoying the Trophy Club presented by Michelob Ultra. Find your shot to score a pair of single-day passes for the BMW Championship at Belle Reve Country Club right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. Yeah, so
I have some clarity here. Michael, the great Michael Whitty of the Cardinals public relations staff said the Baseball America, the tools that was going into the 2026 season, and so it would preclude any major leaguers.
Got it.
So Weatherholt going into this 2026 season was still at the minor league level.
Okay.
Walker's a big leaguer, so he would not
Got
be.
it.
So
All
this was going into this season, the ranking of their tools.
Thank you to Michael Whitty.
Yeah, thank you for doing my job that I didn't do.
Michelle Smallman of ESPN's Unsportsmanlike, and of course, St. Louis native of 101 ESPN for a number of years, is throwing out the first pitch today at Busch Stadium, and was going to be joining us on the program in studio in the 10 o'clock hour, but because it is a businessman special, she'll be throwing out the first pitch early and can't join us. But then there's a Hubbard suite today, and I've got things I got to do, and that sucks because you know what I'd like to do today, Doug? Have a little of the nectar with our coworkers during the day, and then maybe see what the word is downtown afterwards. And I don't know what the word is.
Not much of a word down there.
But that's why you go and find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I got to meet
What do you ask,
somebody
like
at
the
my
usher
house
when
at
you're leaving? Hey, what's the
12:30,
word?
and then I got a doctor's appointment at 3:45, and I'm thinking, do I move these things around? But it's kind of like you when you had the thing on Monday. It was scheduled way in advance.
Right.
And I hate it. Are you going?
No.
You're not going either.
I'm not. I have also things.
Were we invited by Hubbard to go to this? Did I miss?
I didn't
invite?
think I was
Yeah.
invited. No, I guess it's just a select
well,
few.
it's got awkward.
Now it's getting awkward.
I don't know if I was invited.
I think maybe it's a balloon party thing.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have to have, it's 4
That's
years
it.
of service time
4
on,
years of service
on
time.
the
Jackson
station.
and I have the service time.
Yeah, and earned.
Doug and I had this discussion the other day. When you leave a doctor's appointment, they will say, okay, let's set up your next appointment. Oh, great. And I'll say, looks like March 19th. It's a Thursday. I'm like, not sure. Well, if you don't get in, you're okay. Yeah, let's put it down.
It's either March 19th or 3 years from now.
I got scheduled for one on Monday for August of 2027.
Yeah, but you'll be free that day.
How the hell do I know?
Is that a Wednesday? Are those days good for you? I don't know.
I keep a 3-year calendar.
Man, business is good if you don't have an opening for a year.
That's
Roaring Lemur is back, and he's calling Kurt. What is the name he's calling you?
I missed it.
No success till that. I don't know if this is a slur of some kind, so I'll I have no idea until Kurt's off the airwaves, I guess, but it's a term. I don't know. Or I could be off. I could be. I don't. Doug. Sometimes you go in the Form Energy YouTube chat, and they're angry, and it looks like the Roaring Lemur is angry, and they're also talking about the downtown White Castle on Broadway. White Castles on Broadway is the word after the game, Doug. That's
where you're going to hang out.
It's a good spot.
Well, I can't go.
Yeah.
But I was like, man, I would love to go, especially if it's in a suite. It's going to be hot and a fire as a hell.
Right.
And Papers, you and I are sitting there, and we're just enjoying a couple kings of beers together and
nice.
talking about how great the show is and how great we are.
Yeah.
And then badmouth our coworkers since
Right.
they're not there.
How good we are in particular.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Doesn't it seem like they've run into some buzzard luck with the weather this year? Like, it's been so hot.
And
for
Nook just
so
said the
many
weather's
games.
been good. Did you hear him say that?
Well, it doesn't seem like it's been very good to me. Does it seem like it's been good to you? Seems like every time I think about going, it's 95 degrees.
Yeah, this is a
month
week
has
where I'm
been
just
rough.
kind of like, man, I wouldn't mind taking my my boys down there, but God Almighty.
That's the thing is like sitting out there if there's no air movement going on.
So you want a retractable roof?
No, God, no.
Boy, I do.
I'm totally cool with like for a week or two, it's just going to be really hot and you might want to go to the game. But then come September,
It'll be great then.
Yeah. Or March, April, May, and June, the heavy chunk of the season is totally fine.
Yeah. Mostly, yeah.
The Lemur's calling in, is that correct?
Oh, no.
How many shows have said that? The Lemur, like Marlon Perkins, if he had a blog. The Lemur's calling in. And he's mad at you, Kurt, because he's just kind of mocking your work? Is that what it is?
I guess so.
Come on.
He ain't going to call in.
Let the chairman have his day.
314-974-0101 if you'd like to call in Roaring Lemur and talk it over. 348 friends are gathered in that TMA-STL. Now 353 now on that TMA-STL YouTube channel. You can get in there and talk it over. Watch the program. We are on until 12 every day, until 11 here on 101 ESPN, and then we do After the Morning After from 11 to 12 Monday through Thursday. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brian and Krupp on 101 ESPN.
Papers and I were just talking about the Village Bar menu, not just the cheeseburgers or the wings or the waffle fries, but the cocktails that are Being served up with 1879. That is being made out back at the distillery in the barn. Part of that old school vibe you get at Village Bar, but also these great cocktails. You get yourself a honeybee martini. Paper said, put me down for one. That is a Red Barn lemon vodka. A little vermouth in there, honey, simple syrup. These are all cocktails whipped up at Village Bar with those products that are made in back, and these are award-winning spirits. I've told that story. Boy, they're getting medals not just from around the region. There was a recent contest in West Palm Beach. The bourbons, the rums, all picking up awards for the great quality that is 1879. Read more about it, all the different flavors of Red Barn vodka at 1879distilling.com. So when you stop by and have a little lunch or get together with friends at Village Bar, make sure you order one of those products. You can buy it to go. They've got the general store, which is connected to Village Bar. Pick up some Village Bar gear, hats, hoodies, all of that sort of stuff inside the general store. Ask for it by name around town. It's 1879distilling.com.
Doug. How's this feel?
Well, not much is happening.
Hang in there. Might be a little later when they actually say the name. Hang in there. The great Roger Waters, Doug, singing a song called
About your
Vera.
Oh, what a nice tribute.
All right, see? It all makes sense.
Is there a family significance to that name?
No. No. Boy, you forget when you pick up a newborn just how tiny they are. Even though I've done it several times now, every time you're just stunned by how, like they weigh nothing.
Mm-hmm. It's like picking up a loaf of bread.
Yeah, I know.
And this is the first time one of your spawn doesn't have a penis?
Well, that's correct.
What a description.
Is that a Hallmark card?
I believe so. I think I saw that at CVS. And you were expecting grandson yesterday.
I was, just because so many of them have been boys around the family, yeah. But this was great to have a granddaughter in the family, yeah. She'll be spoiled, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Gordy wasn't sure. Young Gordy, the big brother, wasn't sure.
How old is he now?
Cried, 2.5. Going up to the room to see her, he was in tears. No, I don't want to see. I don't want to. He just, I'm sure,
really
afraid, not knowing what he was going to get into.
So then, what was it like when he?
He was not happy at first, but then we gave him some new toys that we bought, and then it changed his attitude, and then he was okay. And then after about an hour, he kind of figured it out, I guess, and then he was very happy.
Now he's on board.
Now he's on board, yeah.
So they're getting along.
Oh yeah, yeah. How do you not get along with someone who's 6 hours old?
Cut that off.
Yeah, now he's very happy.
I like the 2.5 year interval on siblings, if you can do it. I didn't realize it when I was making my second son during a commercial break 5 years ago, that's a decent sized gap. So my older son will turn 9 here in a couple weeks, and then we have a 4-year-old. And last night they were playing wiffle ball, and the near 9-year-old is really wanting to beat the 4-year-old. And I said, hey, listen, if you're not beating him, we've got a bigger problem.
Right.
We've got to settle down. And in the 9-year-old hit a home run off the 4-year-old, which was an accomplishment just for him to throw a ball that was within the range to be hit over the fence. And then the 4-year-old, who's very passionate about baseball, I mean, really passionate about baseball then, and I don't know where he heard this language before, then yelled, F you, and stormed off the field so the whole neighborhood could hear it. And at first I was a little like, wow, where'd he get that from? And then I knew where the answer was. And I was kind of amused, and then I needed to go tend to it.
Yeah.
Gary, come back. No, you.
That's what it was. That was in Carport Village last night. That's the video.
That's why, as often as not, the younger brother becomes the better player, because he's doing everything he can to keep up with someone significantly better than him. Birth order is so important in the person's
I got to
psyche.
tell you, I think it's so underrated with regard to its importance.
Yeah, well, I could see it with the 2 little grandkids. Now, Gordy, instead of being the only one, instead of being the apple of everybody's eye, now he's supposed to be the big brother. Now he's supposed to help someone else.
And he's mad as a hornet.
And you'll take that with you throughout your entire childhood, too.
And did you help him along by saying, you don't matter as much now? Did you tell him that? Just kind of let him know life's tough, man.
Oh, there's a big difference between the oldest kid in the family and the youngest, and the way you just the whole psyche of it all.
Were you middle child, Doug?
Youngest.
Youngest? Oh.
Youngest here. You're the youngest. How about that?
I'm the oldest.
Chairman Carter, are you the only, or do you have a sibling?
I got a younger sister.
Younger sister. You're the older one.
Correct.
That's why you're the songwriter.
And did you feel like always part of you was responsible for making sure she was okay?
No, I never felt like much of a protector. We didn't.
That's nice.
We didn't necessarily. We didn't get along great as little kids, but we've gotten closer in adulthood.
Okay, how much older are you?
3.5. Oh. But I was kind of a superstar child, so I think she always felt like she was in the shadow.
For heaven's sakes, Iggy.
John Rice, hashtag Troublemaker, did text into the show. He's the guy that lives in Cape Girardeau, commutes to Cardinal games. Troublemaker. Said he just found out that Kurt played baseball at SEMO. He was intrigued. So you may want to connect with John.
Yeah, he mentioned having season tickets yesterday. I was curious if he watched me catch bullpens during my freshman season down there.
Memorable.
Birth order spans it all? Birth order spans it all?
Explains, maybe?
Maybe that's what Sharon and Clayton was trying to say. Birth order maybe explains it all. I've never seen a case where siblings don't fit the stereotypes. Doug, that's Sharon, and she's in Clayton.
Yeah.
I'm the oldest of 4, but I have a sister who is 13 years, almost 14, my junior. And then my brother Danny, who is tall with a full head of hair.
Yeah, I know Danny. You're
pleasant.
Right. Tall, full head of hair.
Guarded Larry Hughes when he was at Chaminade.
Shut him down?
I don't know about that part, but I mean, it didn't matter.
Held him to 40.
He's going to be playing in the NBA. That's great. I already have city championships at St. Gabriel's, Larry. I'm sure that's what he said.
Right.
What's Larry Hughes going to say to that?
The kingdom has already been conquered.
Thank you. And then my brother Kevin, who's thanked at the end of this presentation, who is a Southside business he's got a variety of Southside businesses and teaches at the University High School. And then my sister Mara, who I think was probably the best athlete of the whole lot of us, was an all-state soccer player and played at St. Louis University. So I'm pretty worthless.
But she was trying to keep up with brothers as a little kid, too. And I'm sure that helped her development as a soccer player.
Absolutely. And I think Danny, my younger brother, who was a damn good athlete as well, he would always play with me and my buddies, and we just had kids everywhere in the neighborhood in South City, and we were playing every day. And I'm sure that probably, you're not thinking of it growing up, but you look back on it now and you go, that absolutely had to be. Because you're getting to play with kids, you know, he was, I guess, probably 3 and 4 years younger, because I was young for my class, playing with the guys he was playing with, you know?
Yeah.
So it does. When I look back on it now, I do think Sharon and Clayton is right, that oftentimes those stereotypes do match up.
Yeah, I think they do. And as the oldest, as soon as your siblings came around, your parents stopped treating you like the baby and expected more from you because you were older than these other ones.
Right.
You can't help it as a parent to treat the kids a little bit differently.
No. Well, yeah, just alarming, though, when the 4-year-old told his older brother F off loudly last night.
You're about a day away from social services intervening.
And he really couldn't get over the fact that he served up a gopher ball?
I was explaining to him where the strike zone is, and he was getting it there, and I'm like, all right, good. And then the 9-year-old's really waiting for a pitch to hit. He unloads, it goes over the fence, and is just an unnecessary kind of a Jose Bautista bat flip.
Oh, really?
And, oh, boy. And then it was off the rails. It really got away from me at that moment. Yep. Like, I'm just going to go chip and putt and put some AirPods in. You guys figure this out.
Now, who has to go get the ball when it's over the fence?
There's a public school kid next door.
Oh, I see.
Okay. ABS challenge hasn't made its way to Carport Village yet.
No, but I mean it's helpful for the service. I mean, it's not good for property value, but yeah.
Giant scoreboard in your backyard.
314-399-9646 is how you can text into the program. It's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you can also talk it over in that Forum Energy YouTube chat. That is where you can go. But you can also email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, Martin. And that's when Seth Goldcamp and his staff save the day in heat like we have here in St. Louis.
So glad I did business with Seth back in November of last year. That new HVAC unit has been running great since day one. No issues at all. And when you're in the market for a new HVAC, make sure you meet with the team that is Design Air Service. They've been doing this for more than a century, family-owned and operated, and it really gives you peace of mind that it's not going to conk out in the middle of the winter or summer. But if you have issues, maybe it's just a repair. DesignerService.com is where you can sign up. Also get that maintenance program. That way you're covered year-round. There's something to be said for a family-owned business that continues to be based here in St. Louis. The family name behind it, it just means more. And that's why Seth and the team work so hard to make sure you get a great experience, don't sell you anything or try to sell you anything that you just don't need. Love those reviews and firsthand accounts. If people email into the show, keep those coming as well. When you need some repairs or need a replacement, there's one place to go. That's DesignerService.com.
There it is. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in the Polos Plus dossier here, I would say in about 32 minutes. It's TMA, 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. This just in, the Los Angeles Lakers are being sold to American businessmen Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for over $12 billion, a record-breaking price. The businessmen were involved in the expansion process in Vegas, but in a stunning turn, they pivoted to make an aggressive offer to buy the Lakers from Mark Walter. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Aw, Doug. Tell me this isn't the jam.
This is a nice jam.
Nice. Doug, you know what? The audience leans on the sponsors. The sponsors lean on the audience. It is the Morning After ecosystem. But sometimes the sponsors lean on the sponsors. The sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour is Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com, and just a wonderful gentleman. Hell, the hosts lean on the sponsors because I've been talking to Mark Hanna quite a bit here over the last few months, and he has provided brilliant wisdom. And he just sent in a text saying, I had a minor problem pop up last night, and design error was at my house first thing this morning. How about that?
That's how they roll.
Man, I'm telling you. Design Air Heating and Cooling, Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. God bless America. Supporting the sponsors, and we are grateful for that. That's all that we ask from the audience, and we wouldn't recommend these people if we didn't know them and like them and respect them. I'm not going to put our names behind somebody who we think some kind of
Shishawali operation.
Yeah, I was going to MF somebody.
Oh.
Save it for the little kids.
Yeah, exactly. Save it for the wiffle ball game tonight. Doug, John Rice is a troublemaker, and he's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines right now. Good morning, John.
Hello, John.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Oh, fine. You?
I'm doing good. I'm on the Highway 55 on my way to St. Louis with my daughter to see the game today.
Nice.
I want to say congratulations to Doug with the new grandbaby.
Oh, well, thank you, John.
Baby Vera.
Very nice.
And good luck with your dog situation. I know what that's like. About 20 years ago, well, about 18 years ago now, I had two dogs that I put down within a 2-month period of each other, and it's a tough situation.
Yeah, it is. Well, we're not going to put her down yet, but I have one more night like last night, maybe.
No. Hope you don't have to. But now I want to talk to Chairman Kurt. Hey, Kurt, what year did you play at SEMO?
By play, do you mean on the team?
Yeah.
04.
Okay. What was your last name?
Last name is Garner,
Still
but
is.
you wouldn't have
I
heard.
remember the name on the roster. I remember reading that name, yeah.
Yeah, I got one at bat opening day against Oklahoma, struck out on 3 pitches, and never saw the field again.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a pretty good team. You had Bracamonte at shortstop. You had Brad Smith pitching.
Absolutely.
That's good players. Yeah, I remember some of those guys in that team I'm friends with. You remember the Kappa Halls, the semi-pro team we had in Cape?
Yeah, I was aware of them.
Yeah, I was their PA announcer for 13 years. There was a few guys in that team I was teammates with. I wore our announcer name, Matt Staskowski, the relief pitcher.
Yeah.
Matt Palmer or Matt Carter, and then
Tim, what's
Anthony
happening?
Moffitt.
What's happening right
This
now?
is a private conversation playing out on a morning drive
Do you
program.
have your organ music over there, papers, just to kind of play? You know?
But no, that's cool. It's you played with a lot of guys I know. So anyway, that found you play for SEMO. I want to call and talk to you about that. That'd be pretty neat.
Well, thanks for calling in, John. I appreciate that.
Hey, no problem. Hey,
Not a
good luck,
troublemaker
guys.
at all. Doug, why would you call this guy a troublemaker?
Really?
Never had.
Bye bye.
There you go.
right,
He
we'll
wanted
see
out.
you.
Yeah,
Wow.
he got the sense that it might not go well for him.
Gosh.
15-yarder for Bill.
It was like the Friday confessional. He just wanted out.
One thing I noticed that John Rice didn't bring up was that team got in a little trouble for hazing because they made us do a naked tarp run. And the field is in a city park. It's not like enclosed on campus. So when some of the Cape Girardeau community members saw us running in our birthday suits on the field, they had a problem with that.
How many guys were out there?
They made the freshmen do it. There was 5 of us. The whole team went over there to put the tarp on. And then when we were done, they're like, all right, boys.
You had to take the tarp off naked?
We had to put the tarp on clothed and then run on the field less clothed.
For how long?
Home plate, foul pole, home plate.
Did you get in trouble for that?
We didn't, but the team had to do hazing training after.
Hazing training.
And I transferred.
Because of
enough.
it?
No.
No.
Ray King says, get this mother effer off the air. Beer Cat says, that's enough. No one cares about SEMO. And then the old St. Charles Hermaphrodite says, how long until this guy realizes his brother is actually the father of his children? His voice has a family cuck tone to it. Doug, what is the tone of a family cuck? That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite who used to say Jackson had a Frank Haith body pillow.
Yes, Bob. Yes, I wanted to talk about Tom Brady.
Yep.
And I also wanted to talk about Phillip Rivers.
Well, go ahead.
I also wanted to talk about Carson Wentz and Drew Brees, Andrew Luck.
Get rid of him.
Once you heard Andrew Luck.
He was fine with the first 7 names.
He'll talk once, but I'm not talking Andrew Luck.
The text line is insufferable. That's from the Form Energy YouTube chat, Doug. That's STL Chris. And I gather there's now a war between the Form Energy YouTube chat and the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I didn't know that existed.
Turf warfare?
Beer Cat seems fun to hang with. That's from the Queen of Hearts custodian in the Form Energy YouTube chat. And they're not happy with Beer Cats. I don't know about Little Beer Cats if he's okay.
I've hung out with Beer Cats. Nice guy.
Yeah, he enjoys a good businessman special.
Oh, yeah.
That's a hot wife situation?
We've always said that it seems like,
I don't know,
the scent of infidelity might be in the air.
Come on.
I don't know. I'm just reporting. Not even.
Could that be the beer smell? Maybe the wind's going the wrong way and you're
And that's the scent of infidelity?
Maybe that's what he's smelling.
Barley and infidelity.
Right.
Come on down to downtown St. Louis for a 100-degree game with the Philadelphia Phillies. Hello again, everybody.
Today would not be a day where, if you were looking to see what the word is, probably not.
While you're wiping your brow with a towel you brought with you.
If you're having to mix in, a water or some electrolytes in between every beverage, you're probably not going to be getting after it too hard. Otherwise, you're going to pass out.
And Doug and I are willing to look past the fact that Jackson and Tim were invited to go to the game with the Hubbard Suite. Apparently, there's a Hubbard Suite, Doug, that the boys are all going to the game. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I heard.
Yeah, it's a real must be nice kind of situation.
Must be nice. Must be nice.
I can't go, though.
Can't go.
Well, I'm not interested, but I just...
No, I know what
I got things. Stuff.
Right.
The YouTube chat is worse than the TMA Reddit page, but just as obese. That's from Doug's prison wallet. So, Doug, here we go. Now they're going back and forth. I didn't know you had to pick one side. I thought some of the texters were also in the YouTube chat, but as it turns out, it's Jets and Sharks.
Yeah, what about,
what's a typical BMI of a Reddit user?
It's a 24 above, likely.
Yeah.
But BMI is also...
It's an outdated thing.
Incredibly
You could be
outdated.
in the best shape of your life, but you're going to weigh more if you got a bunch of muscle on you.
Right.
I mean, I'm a $154. Who the hell wants this?
Okay, let me do this. So, Tim, you're $154?
Yeah.
$154, you are... bringing this world to its knees.
I mean, yeah. Like, what woman is like, oh, let me breed with that?
22.7.
Is that high, low? I mean, if it's high,
That's healthy, but it's like if you were at 24, you would be overweight. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Like
What is the calculation here? I don't even know what you're. I don't know what your formula is.
You just do your height and then your weight. So I'm 6 feet tall, 180 pounds, and I am 24.4. I am
you are overweight.
I'm 0.5 away from being overweight.
It's an outdated metric, Doug.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Good.
Like LeBron at his peak in Miami was 6'8", 280.
Well, how would it ever have been a good metric? Because lots of times people are in shape but would have had a high BMI. Who would have ever thought that's a good judge?
LeBron in Miami was 6'8", 280. His BMI would be 30.8. That's obese. So it's very antiquated.
But Doug, my BMI is 39 because of muscle. That's from Jamie Sugar Baby.
Okay, so
when would that ever have been a good measure?
6 foot 300. Would you even get to that? Yeah, that guy's 6 foot 300. Essentially, that would be 40.7.
Well, there are plenty of those too.
There's a nice ad for a GLP-1 right underneath this BMI calculator.
Placement.
Yeah,
Product
should be.
Placement.
Jackson, I don't need booze to score up your game. That's from Beer Cats.
Mazel tov, I didn't ask.
No wonder the MILFs don't want papers. He's overweight. That's from the 618.
Ouch.
Have a salad, Chub.
I apologized to McGreevy.
Did you
for that.
apologize to McGreevy?
And he goes, what? I said, I shouldn't have made a
Let's
crack
see what
about
his
you.
BMI is.
And
Yeah, what's he going?
he laughed. He goes, seriously? He goes, oh, whatever, man.
He's about 6'5". Michael McGreevy, height, weight. What do you think weight-wise? Probably 225.
Doug, what does Mike McGreevy
Looks
weigh?
like a 220-ish guy.
I don't know.
He's
Probably on his way to the ballpark.
How tall is he?
6'4", 220. So he would be 26.8, overweight.
Doug, it's an outdated metric.
I guess it must have been a metric 100 years ago when people were
It seems
much
like
thinner than they are now.
The absolute simplest way to try to calculate something like that. And there's obviously much more sophisticated technology, which tells us a lot more. They have
Hi,
those
Martin.
scales.
I'm 6'4", 245 pounds, and 10% body fat. I'm also on Reddit. That's from the Festus Fluffer.
So 29.2.
It seems like just the eye test would be better than BMI.
Let me see what Plowhawk would have been at.
Like, weight can't matter. You see a linebacker in the NFL that weighs
what I'm
like
saying.
250?
Yeah.
Oh, you're in terrible shape.
The BMI of a TMA Redditor is measured in belly button lint. That's from Doug's prison wallet. Is that true?
Well, if they have an Audi. Plowhawk would have been 16.2, dangerously underweight.
No, that's accurate.
5'10", 113.
Is he 5'10"?
Yeah, oh yeah.
He was
Plowhawk.
115. Give him those 2 pounds.
He had the body every female runway model wanted.
Despite eating my entire caloric intake before 9 a.m.
Unbelievable. I wonder if that'll ever catch up with the Plowhawk.
I don't think so.
I don't think so
He
either.
told us his grandma was like the same way. She was like 4'10", 92 pounds, and ate like a steak every night, and
Boy, that'd be
smoked
nice.
and smoked until her 90s.
Wouldn't it be nice to have that metabolism?
Yeah.
Yeah, Plowhawk would have some delicious treats, Martin. A lot of Hostess products during the program.
Bowls of cereal.
And bowls of bowls.
Yeah.
Who eats cereal at work?
Chris Raby once said that Plowhawk was really living dangerously, eating a bowl of sugar soup above a $20,000 board.
Sugar soup.
Yeah.
But you actually pack milk and pack
He would have a
cereal
lunchbox. Yeah, he would bring a
to
lunch
take into work.
pail. He had a real workman, a blue-collar attitude.
It's like you young kids, DoorDash and Uber Eats, like fries. Those
I
are not
never
going to
do
travel well. Cereal does not need to be eaten at work.
I never do DoorDash.
Doug, I'm 6'3", weigh 230 pounds, but I have a micro penis. That's from the Sick Man. Well, that's a tough putt, isn't it?
Takes some weight off, probably.
That's a tough spot. That's a tough spot.
Yeah.
Your center of gravity is probably all messed up there.
Tough spot.
Probably not great balance in the run game.
Because of the micro penis?
No.
Put that off. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We got that design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. The 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Healthcare Evolution. Nagging injuries, have pain that won't go away, long wait to see your doctor. Check out healthcare-evolution.com and work with the great Logan Taylor and his team at Healthcare Evolution. We've been out there, but papers went out there, and the reason why, and you know what, Martin, he's right. When we started the show in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour, Jackson's hair, he looked like Pat Riley coaching against the Lakers in 86, coaching with the Lakers in 86. But now you kind of have the pompadour.
Yeah, I'm thinking about switching to a
You look like David Bowie now.
Yeah, I do.
I was thinking Christopher Walken, but yeah, same idea.
Yeah, well, both legends in my book. Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe shifting more to some sort of bang, bringing the bangs back.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, because I think that when I do the slick back, it certainly shows off some of the receding hairline, but it also shows off some of the stuff that Healthcare Evolution has helped. That's more in the crown region of my head. If you look on their website, actually, they have pictures of my scalp. You can go check it out. The transformation is for real. And the picture that's first taken of me where you see a lot of that scalp, some of that white, sweet white scalp, that was actually, my hair was longer in that picture than it is in the second picture, where it's much more full. And that's what they can do for you at Healthcare Evolution. You don't have to leave the country. You don't have to spend, your entire vacation budget for 2 years on getting something, hair transplants or whatever you might get. The hair rejuvenation process over at Healthcare Evolution is local with guys you can trust. They're wonderful people over at Healthcare Evolution. You can do it right here in St. Louis. It takes 15 to 20 minutes. And I'm seeing great results, and I can't wait to see how it progresses.
Yeah, if you're interested in this, we have seen it firsthand. Logan has done it as well, and I've seen firsthand pictures of his before and after as well. It's healthcare-evolution.com. That's healthcare-evolution.com. On the PillowsPlus.com dossier, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming your way in about 12 minutes. Now, here's the thing. Andrew Hubbard of Polos Plus texted me that in celebration of the Navy Caps on the Road, they are giving away at Polos Plus a Navy Caps on the Road t-shirt, and the TMA Navy Cap is now $10 off for today for TMA listeners, and they're giving away a TMA Navy Cap also for the winner of today's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That's where you can send your emails to participate in the fun and games that come your way in about 12 minutes. The program's called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, you like this one or not?
Sure.
I thought it was for Doug and his dog issues.
The program was joined by Anuk Karunaratne, the Cardinal president, in the Fisher Window and Door Story 8 o'clock hour. You missed it. Go back and podcast on the TMA STL app or the 101 ESPN app. Both are brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Chairman Kurt has put some clips up of it on the TMA_STL Instagram account and the TMA STL Twitter tweets, both him talking about the process to arrive at the Navy caps on the road and the survey, the data, the results, how 80% of 15,000 voters wanted Navy caps on the road. And then also a clip of Doug proposing release the Hoosier to the Cardinal president. What a moment.
He seemed very receptive to the idea, and I think we may see it this afternoon.
I really think it's possible. So that is up on the TMA Instagram account, TMA Twitter. So follow those accounts, TMA STL on the Twitter tweets and TMA_STL on Instagram. Cardinals got a hell of a win last night. That was super fun. I mean, at this point, and maybe I'm off the mark, and I think Chip Carey and Brad Thompson brought this up, and Stanek actually, when he was talking to the Cap, brought it up in the postgame, that after the trade deadline, some of that energy that I think endeared this group to the fan base has returned, and they're starting to play better baseball. And that was a challenge last night. What, 5 double plays, right? Is that what Philadelphia
when
hit?
Stanek came in the 8th and the bases are loaded.
Nobody out.
I'm like, oh, boy.
This guy they bring over from Cincinnati for $250,000 in international money has appeared twice in the series, Martin. And if I'm not mistaken, his stats, 6 walks, no outs. Caleb Ferguson. Stanek, though, gets the ground ball the first. Doug, it's the old 3-2-3. How do you do? Double
well
play.
Executed. That really was.
And then a deep drive to center field that would have been a home run, and half the ballparks in Major League Baseball is caught on the warning track. And the Cardinals get the win to improve to 60-60. And with the Diamondbacks losing last night, and of course the Phillies losing here in St. Louis, the Cardinals now 3.5 games back of both the Phillies and Diamondbacks for the final wild card spot. Also, San Diego is at that same mark as well. The Cardinals are a game back of the Marlins, who are 2.5 back of those 3 teams. The Cubs in a comfortable position, 20 games over 500.
And even though it is a joke to have a 500 team in the, quote, playoff mix, in the American League, you got a 500 team that might win a division.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's an even rougher look. And as weird as this all sounds, if this team just kind of keeps hanging around, you might be playing some meaningful games in September.
That'd be great.
Even if you don't think they're going anywhere, they're going to make it like, well, what the hell? At least have fun with it.
And it's good experience. I really think there's something to be said for that. Wasn't that one of the talking points, with the Blues when they were starting to make their run and they were kind of freewheeling it, and then all of a sudden they had a game that, okay, you got to, now this one matters, and they stumbled. That's a great experience to be out there. The ballpark starts filling up. It's ideally not as hot as it has been during this homestand. And people can experience the thrill of, okay, kind of playing with house money, and maybe they can do something. So I think you'll probably see Josh Baez by that time, too, and you'll have reason for buying in. If they can linger, that would be wonderful. And I know a lot of people around the St. Louis area have their financials tied up on this team getting to 69 wins. And so now the magic number for that, Doug, is down to 9. And so if and when the Cardinals get that 69th win, I would imagine you will see Sundress Sappho season in St. Louis like never before, because people are going to fall into wealth like a Huntley estate.
And they're going to start buying sundresses?
Mm-hmm. And more.
There's a Cardinal win. Let's go buy some dresses.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're going to say.
That's right.
All right.
And then the player interview the Cat does on the field. The player hits the big home run. They come over to talk to Jim, and they said, well, we just really wanted to play well. We know it's sundress season. And it just becomes a talking point.
Gown to be part of that dinner.
See? How about that?
I do think Release the Hoosier would be really popular with like the opposing players. They'd be
love it.
Top of the dugout steps going.
Everyone would love it.
Let me see. This is trivia, but it's not really trivia. It's more like Family Feud, if we're on the same page. What is the most popular thing at a baseball stadium as far as a tradition that is unique to that
sausage race.
It's one or
the president in D.C.
It's live too. It's
Bernie Brewer was kind of fun there. I don't know if they still do that.
Beat the freeze.
Oh, yeah. Thing.
Yeah.
And that's something that they do later in the games.
Yep.
It's good for concession revenue. People are going to stick around. Chairman Kurt was saying in the break, he's like, I'd stick around to the 8th inning for that all day long. I would too. Kids would love it.
Yep.
And even if you don't tackle the Hoosier, you could tase his ass.
Would Larry Connors want to do it?
Drop.
What if Larry Connors got to do the tasing?
Oh, he'd be a good first guy.
There's also an opportunity for guests to come out as part of the security team. We want to indoctrinate get the Battlehawks more involved in the community. Have a couple of the linebacking core out there with security guards and just absolutely shred the guy's ACL.
Well, we don't need to take it that far, but a good tasering, anyone enjoys that.
Yeah.
And if you can avoid this, give him a couple tickets to the next game.
I'd love to see Doug in a nice little sundress. That's from Ellipsis 150 in the Form Energy YouTube chat. You can express your fantasies in there because Scorsy's talking to Ellipsis and Iggy's Prison Window Hand and Pope Jugs. They're all in there talking it over. And the Roaring Lemur has not called in, Chairman? No Roaring Lemur has called in yet. He's sideways with Chairman Kurt in the Form Energy YouTube chat. You can express your disdain for us by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We'll have that coming up here in a matter of moments on the program. The program is called The Morning After. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and Brown and Crouppen is online at getbc.com. What a wonderful conversation we had with Terry Crouppen in studio yesterday, and Brown and Crouppen is local. That's why Terry can come into the studio, because he's right here in St. Louis. And if you are in need of an attorney, don't you want somebody who is local? Somebody who knows the local market, knows the local legal environment. That's Brown and Crouppen. 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Or go online at getbc.com. That's Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of The Morning After here on 101 ESPN. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Will you have the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day coming up? It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Oh, yes, please.
This is Jackson's gift for you and your new granddaughter, Vera.
It's a gift to the Vaughn family.
This is nice. Very, very nice.
Bada, bada. Timber.
Oh, some muted trumpets are nice.
Yeah.
Licorice stick.
Yeah, it sounds like a licorice stick.
Picturing that little CW frog dancing around.
Michigan J. Frog.
We used to play that.
Yeah.
I missed that
Chuckles
song.
Marlowe, love that.
I did too.
The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And you're welcome to get in there, talk it over. But apparently you got to pick a side. Are you a texter or are you a YouTuber? I don't know. I didn't know this, but now this is something that unfortunately is developing between the audience members. So pick a side, but everybody is on board with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Music bed, please. Papers. Thank you.
Morning, boys.
Okay.
Congrats on the Navy Caps on the Road announcement. Can we get the show behind the gerbils on the bat now? Thanks. That's from Ray King. Doug, is that our next cause?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Next
here
cause
we
is-
go. Let's see.
Let's release the Hoosier. That's the. Can we get a
Yeah,
song?
I like that. Yeah, Chairman Kerr, what about a Release the Hoosier song?
It's been on my mind this morning.
Wow.
Has it really?
Whoa. Oh, baby, counting down the days, stretching my folding chair out twice a day in my garage. I'm Dougie, excited to set her up right in front of the Waffle House on Lindbergh Saturday afternoon to watch some cruising Lindbergh. Dougie likey when cargo vroom vroom make me happy. Then I'm going to hit the crossroads and bring my 15-year-old dog and sit on a bar stool and flash a little cheek to the bikers that have put in their beautiful reps of going up and down Lindbergh. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. That's from KV Naps.
KV Naps. He's new.
Welcome to the show. Hey, boys. To clarify, I don't hate dogs. I enjoy dogs, especially ones that are well-trained and behave in public. I blame myself and my generation. We were raised by strict parents who said no more than they said yes. We in turn raised our kids saying yes more than no. So these kids who were never told no think, yes, I'll get a dog with no understanding of what it takes to take care of a dog. It's not the dog's fault that he doesn't behave, it is the owner. And most of these owners are still suckling from their mommy's breast because we as parents didn't say no. Doug, I'm lactating. I love that drop. I'm tired of it. That's Steve in Des Moines. He's a chairman.
Steve in Des Moines. He's a chairman.
It's kind of all over the place.
Send me stuff. That's from the unknown DJ.
Unknown?
Hawks are being fired at the net.
Hold on. Is that the extent
That's
of the
all it
email?
was, Martin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, donkeys. Before I get to potty talk, I want to shout out my guy Papers and Chairman Steve for their correct take on dogs and bars. Jackson was spot on that it's not about the dogs acting up, it's that these Hoosiers will lay out full towels for their dogs with toys in the middle of the walkway and then get pissy when you nearly step on their 75-pound canine. It's absolutely insufferable and these people need to be stopped. Anyways, on to the featured presentation. Boys, we did it. When I saw the news break about Navy Caps on the road, I ran out of Doug's barn off, tossed myself into a Vaughn-like position, and started bouncing up and down on the gas-powered Sibian. Luckily, Doug and Show were at the hospital tending to the newest member of the Vaughn clan because I think we all know how territorial Doug can be about that fine piece of vintage equipment. God forbid you even look at his steam-powered one he keeps in a boy dungeon. My guy is more protective of that thing than Senator Grassley is of his vacuum cleaner. Doug, I don't know
what
what
are we
I'm
talking
reading.
about now?
After I was finished making Jackson noises in the garage, I then took to the fan page to record a video to thank all who were involved in this undertaking and brag about keeping my 7 belongings in a Civil War era pouch. At least Doug fixed the hole in the barn doors so no more raccoons are getting in. Speaking of holes, Doug, I'm heading down to the ball game today. If you want to meet at the Hardee's Plaza and do some light hand play, and by light hand play, I mean you turn me out and show me the 50 states.
What?
By being on the 400 level, we will be closer to the sun, which means more sweat. Stay sexy. That's Jugs. He's in St. Louis.
Gosh.
Jugs, he's in St. Louis.
Well, they are in recess, aren't they?
No. You have to wonder.
Maybe he
now.
is a.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a aide.
Could be Ann Wagner.
Guess it's possible. Navy Caps on the road. Jackson want to hook up. That's from Papers Conservative X. Yes, I'm still the maid at the Hampton House.
Papers Conservative X.
I need to know more.
Hey, fellas, not Jackson, though. Do you guys know the difference between important and not important? Well, let me fill you in. Not important. Playing drops to complement the ongoing conversation. Updating the skeleton with segments from a vast 20 years of history of a show. Actually liking one of two major sports teams in the city's radio listening area. Important. Putting so much gum in your mouth during an active live segment that you can no longer speak. Acting like you're an 8-year-old playing right field while wearing blue jeans. Seriously, Tim, do you go to the streets of Granite City when you need a new producer? Really? Rally the producer's name is Sally? Jesus, that's from sassy and not so classy Iggy's crestfallen accountant.
Iggy's crestfallen accountant.
Jackson, would you like to issue a response?
Always red, never wins.
That was a pretty nice response.
Thanks.
Hey, Tim, amazing job as always during the Anuk interview. I wish I could say the same to the rest of your circus crew. The interview started out so strong with excellent questions about the Navy Caps, taking feedback from the fan base, and more from you, our beautiful and tall, fearless leader.
Oh.
But all good things must come to an end. The interview with the president of the Cardinals quickly turned into a list of demands from the bad news hosts. Let's start with Martin. What appeared to be a genuine question about post-game road game audio being available for the fans took a sharp turn into oncoming traffic when Martin repeatedly said, "It's for the fans. The fans want this. It would be good for the fans." But with every mention of the fans, the listeners were reminded that Martin is dying to fill his 90-second hits on that 1 a.m. sports final with some audio from literally anybody in the Cardinals visiting clubhouse. He'd take someone that sounds like they might have played t-ball growing up. Funny thing is, Martin, the fans don't want post-game road audio. The fans want helmet nachos and a winning ball club. But sure, let's get you that clubhouse soundbite. Moving on to the old sleepy boy making demands for drones and Hoosier races.
Sports Finals at 10:30.
This is how you get things done. You go right to the top.
Reminder, this is the president of the Cardinals. Somebody who worked their entire life moving up the chain, and they're spending their Wednesday morning nodding their head listening to Pudding McGee offer up marketing ideas like a grandkid listening to Meemaw telling them about the very obvious AI-generated video of a bald eagle swooping down and picking up a school bus full of kids and flying away that they saw on their Facebook. Into the home you go! And how could we forget about KG's desperate plea for acknowledgement of his worldwide hit song, like a homeless cat bringing a dead mouse to your doorstep, begging for one last pat on their back. You could hear the sound of regret in Anuk's voice when he said, "Okay," after being solicited to pay a licensing fee from the third-string button pusher.
Oh.
That interview was like watching a car crash in slow motion. You have to think moving forward that Anuk or any other Cardinal executive will look at coming on this show like taking that phone call from your buddy who just got the job at Northwestern Mutual.
Oof.
You have to take the call and entertain it, but everyone knows how embarrassing it is.
Boy, that hits close to home.
Stay cute, boys. That's from Steven Time from the Brothers Time Incorporated. The Mary Kay party has been canceled because our air conditioning unit went out. We called Design Air, and they are fantastic. Doug, that's Steven Time.
Steven Time.
I'm second string button pusher.
And finally, congratulations on the granddaughter, Doug. I am very excited for your family, including the kids who graduated from St. Louis U High, and also those who didn't, who might be retrieving wiffle balls windfalls for Tim's kids. You have no idea how this little girl is going to rule your world. You are about 6 years away from using your KMOV windfall to buy her a pony. I guess my point is that Anuk was fantastic, but when the chairman was holding him prisoner to hear his banger song, it felt just like when my 6th grade niece performed the play that she wrote to bring about world peace. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the Calshi market on Iggy's new neighbor Carol's restraining order. Wow.
Shooter McGavin.
And Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What we're going to do now is vote, and then the winner will receive a Navy Caps on the Road t-shirt from Polos Plus and also a TMA Navy cap. Thank you to Andrew Hubbard and the wonderful people at Polos Plus, our sponsor on the dossier.
Taking a break.
Did Anuk not like the song?
He seemed like he was okay with the song.
I was paying real close attention to body language. I don't think he liked it.
Oh, no!
The headphones did come off very quickly.
Hey, this is great, guys. No, it's still going. No, it's not done
It's
yet.
a great second verse.
Well, Chairman Kurt texted me making the request, and I'm like, yeah. But is that a putt that I should have...
No.
No, it's good that we did it. The Form Energy YouTube chat seemed to think the same thing, that maybe he didn't enjoy it.
Uh-oh.
But it also might be just kind of an awkward look when you're sitting there in silence with the rest of the group listening in your head, like nodding. Yeah, okay, all right.
I'm going to email it to him. Sometimes it takes a second.
God.
Sometimes it takes a second or third.
Yeah, his email address is negril111 at AOL.com.
It sounds better in the car.
Then we say to Chairman, let's just let it go. Okay, I'm just going to go down to the offices today and just knock on his door. And I burned one.
Cusack it.
He's John Keys over in Ballpark Village. Blasting.
We'll vote and announce the winner coming up at 10:55. It is 10:02. Martin has onboarding. We have the 10 o'clock hour coming your way here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Rubber match today, Busman Special, Cardinals and Phillies. That's going to be a 1:15 p.m. first pitch with Kyle Leahy on the mound before the Cardinals have a day off and then head to Chicago for a weekend series against the Cubs. That was another Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
How about this, Doug?
Like this very much.
So good.
Mm-hmm.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. We broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides into the dais, and then 10 o'clock hour, Martin has to head on out. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Speaking of Tony Larussa, what do we have here, Papers? What do you got?
So Tony was on the broadcast with Chip and Brad yesterday, as well as Daryl Kyle's daughter, who was really good. I really enjoyed listening to that.
Sienna Kyle, Doug. I mean, God, probably like, 5 years old when her dad passed, I think?
Yep. But Tony was in there promoting the event he has coming up in September, and Brad asked him about what does he think makes a championship team in relation to the 2026 St. Louis Cardinals.
What comes to mind when you think about a championship team? Is there some characteristics that come to mind right away for you?
Well, the first one that I've learned, and I think if you look at other teams, it isn't always whether you win the championship. If you get into competition, get into October, there's a toughness, there's a certain execution of making a pitch, making a play, taking an at-bat. But when you get into October, it's so much fun because anybody can win a short series. So I think a lot of it has to do with, because of the 162, how mentally tough your club is committed to being to the ups and downs.
And doing this like the Cardinals are this season with such a young team. Here we are, just a game under 500, 4.5 games out of a playoff spot. Says a lot about the talent on the field, but certainly the leadership in the dugout and the coaching staff.
I believe that's true, and that's what you got to look at it. You get to the last 2 months, and if your team is in contention, most fun you can have. And it doesn't make, it makes a little difference if, you're 12 over 500 and the other team's 15. But if you have a chance with 2 months to go, it's a precious opportunity, and it's really a good sign for this young club.
I agree with them. I share the opinion on that. I mean, how great would it be, Doug, if down the stretch we've got some baseball to care about?
Yeah, that's all I've ever asked for my team is just to make every game count and be in the race till the end. Some years you're going to get in, some years obviously you're not. But it's those years where you're really hopelessly out of it in July and August that are such bummers. But they're still on the fringes right now, 3.5 out in the wild card. That's okay. So, yeah, it's great when every game matters. It's horrible when 50 games don't matter. I've been really impressed, super impressed with Andre Palante.
Yeah,
and what he did last night again. Match Sanchez, pitch for 6 innings. He's got a hell of a season. Remember, this time last year, people were ready to write him off, say, well, he's not going to make it. He's not going to be the guy. And so maybe that can happen with Liberatore, too. Maybe, Liberatore's the guy this year where we're thinking, I don't know if he's part of the future or not. But we thought the same thing about Palante, and he has turned it around.
The issue with Liberatore is there is a much larger sample size of just kind of... The thing about Liberatore is about 1 out of every 4 or 5 starts, he will deal like an ace. But the problem is those other 3 or 4 starts where he's bad and it costs you the game and then it impacts your bullpen going forward because they got 8 innings. I have to say this, we were talking to Anuk Karunaratne, was in studio with us here in the 8 o'clock hour and talking about believing in the leadership that the Cardinals now have in place, both in Anuk's position, but then also Chaim Bloom. And I know I've told the story, and I'm grateful that we have listeners who listen to all 4 or 5 hours that we do. But for those who haven't heard it, and I don't think I've told it a bunch, that when Chaim and I got together and had a couple drinks down in Jupiter right before the season was coming to the spring training was coming to an end, I think I was more asking about Richard Fitz than Palante. But this is before Fitz was injured and was then out for the rest of the year. But when we got down to Jupiter, Doug, Fitz, I don't want to say there were high expectations for him. But I think he was expected to be part of the rotation. At least it was live, along with kind of the obvious ones going in. And I said, are you concerned that, Fitz isn't going to, I think they already demoted him at that point. And he goes, the thing is, he was good. He goes, just Palante beat him out. Palante was really good. And I remember telling that story here on TMA early in the year, and people, and understandably so, this isn't a look at how wrong you were thing. This is that Chaim Bloom and his people saw this, that they really saw improvements from Palante from 2025 to 2026 to the point that he beat out Fitz. It wasn't a case of Fitz failing. It was a case of Palante earning. But I don't know if anybody saw the level. I mean, he had to go pitch for pitch with the starter for the National League in the All-Star game last night, and was no room for error. And this isn't a one-off. This is what he's been doing, to the point where you go, man, I'm looking forward to the Palante start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a hell of a progression.
Yeah. And then you look at McGreevy and Leahy as well. And those are 3 homegrown talents. And you're like, all right, well, that's something you can build on. And you obviously have Fitz, who will come back from injury next year, Quinn Matthews, Liam Doyle, Tekoa Roby, as we mentioned earlier in the show. Like, for the first time in like a decade, there's homegrown pitching talent that you can get excited about. And that can hopefully free up money that you don't have to spend on one-year rentals. See Lance Lynn from a few years ago, or Eric Fetty, Miles Michael. Like, you don't have to spend that money on those guys. You can go out and spend it on position players that can hopefully make this winning window accelerate, if the pitching is to hold on. And we've been waiting for the shoe to drop on Leahy and Palante, and they've been as consistent as hell.
Oh, yeah. Palante's just been dynamite. And Leahy, too, both of them, especially over the last month or so.
Right.
Getting even better than they were earlier.
Because you remember our conversations in May is like, well, eventually, like, Leahy, and you're going to probably have to move Leahy to the bullpen or Palante or something, but they've been
Not
great.
the case. Yeah.
You're welcome to give your thoughts by texting in 314-399-9646. You can open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, subscribe to the program. Like 7,150 friends have. We ask that you subscribe to the program and talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat if you would like, with the Queen of Hearts custodian, who says, ever wake up with a stomach cramp 30 minutes before your alarm goes off? It just ruins your whole workday. So she has to drop ass, I guess?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then you're stuck with the, like, do I go back to bed? Do I
That's a
just
tough
get
spot.
up? Probably the best move there is to turn on the shower and just hop in there.
Yeah.
Because then you know you're not going to...
Well, and so then drop the ass in the shower like Vito's son did, right? Vito's son did that?
Yeah, he was more sending a message. This would be...
What message does that send?
Well, unfortunately, Phil said he looked like a Puerto Rican hua.
Yeah. Said, don't bring that in the car. No eating in the car. But no, after you're done with your business,
Vincent, Doug.
after you're done with your business, then get in the shower. Now you've locked in. I'm awake. I'm ready to roll.
Yep.
You've cleared yourself out.
Have you?
Yeah. Oh, hopefully.
Yeah, in the shower.
Well, don't do that.
Leahy will deal today, and your at Lewis Redbirds will win. That's from Snorting Ants. So, Doug, it is time for us to bet the St. Louis Cardinals. Snorting Ants is giving us money.
Yeah, and they're up against Wheeler today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that's tough.
What's the total on this one? I haven't taken a look.
I just imagine 7.5, but
8.
Wow. Now you know where I'm going. This is
Sweet little under.
This is a service that I pay for, and I got to tell. Las Vegas was. Once I heard 8 with Wheeler and Leahy on the mound, I thought, yeah, we might have a situation. Doug, I can tell you that the conditions lend itself to a 32% increase over normal conditions for home runs, as the wind will be blowing out to right center today. 14% increase in runs, 32% increase in home runs. Where I'm getting this information from, what am I going to do? Share it with you?
No,
I
guess
going to share it with you. That's going to cut into my taste.
Okay. And you
I'm
like
a meat and potatoes guy. I got 2 young kids. I'm approaching 50 years old. Listen, I'm fighting for it out here.
And you do like to wet your beak.
I need my beak wet.
Someone's got to wet it.
Yeah, Matt Rocchio took the money out of Iggy's pockets. I'm
Gosh,
trying to
he
take
gets
the money out of
all
everybody
of it.
else's.
He gets virtually everything that Iggy earns.
That's right.
Goes straight to Mad Rock.
Yeah, that's what happened with Paulie in Goodfellas, and he took over the restaurant.
Yeah. Yeah. You think that's why you can't get. What do I know about a restaurant? That's what Paulie said.
Yeah, Paulie Sorvino.
What do I know about running a custard stand?
That's right.
That's correct. These are questions that people ask rhetorically.
Who used to say that?
Ken.
No.
Tim's wet beak. That's from Steven Time.
Okay. Well, if your beak is wet, you're going to want to make sure that your home is comfortable, in a comfortable condition, because if it's too cold, the wetness could freeze the beak. And if it's too hot, the beak could melt. That's where Design Air comes in.
Yep.
They are people that can make your beak feel comfortable. That's not really how they built the business. They built the business starting way back in 1904, working on furnaces. And, of course, now they do it all with HVAC. They do air conditioning. They do the furnace and anything involved with HVAC, and they've been doing it better than anyone in town. We've all used Design Air. I had the raw-boned Clint out to my house just last week working on the thermostat. He's got the house feeling great. Design Air all over town. They've got many technicians who've been with the company for a lot of years. I've seen a lot of their trucks in my neighborhood just recently, because the word is out that if you want your home done right, you want to feel comfortable year-round, you go to Design Air. They'll get out there quickly and efficiently. They believe in honest work, too. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with oppressive heat or the cold when the winter rolls around, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904, and as always, home of the handsome repairman, including, of course, the icon himself, Larry the Silver Fox. Design Air brings the heat.
What do you know about custard stands?
Not enough. Not enough.
The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN. Can you believe we're already talking about the end of summer? It feels like we're just firing up the grill for Memorial Day, and now school's about to start, football's coming back, and before you know it, the holidays will be here. Once fall gets rolling, life has a way of getting really busy. So if replacing your windows has been sitting on your to-do list, now's the time to get it done and cross it off for good. Universal Windows Direct has an offer that's hard to beat right now. When you buy 4 windows, you get 4 windows free, and to make it even easier, you'll get 48 months of 0% interest financing, same as cash. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, 48 months of 0% interest, same as cash. Take one more thing off your list and enjoy a more comfortable home for years to come. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows with Universal Windows Direct. Menace is going to get you fired up for Cardinal baseball today in downtown St. Louis. Cardinals and Phillies rubber match today, 12:15. Nice volume adjustment there. So good, man.
Heck of a vocalist.
You wonder if they're playing this in the Cardinal clubhouse getting ready for today.
I doubt it.
Yep. TMA 101 ESPN, 10 o'clock hours brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Doug, the Cardinal lineup today illustrates that they'd like to get this thing over with quickly. J.J. Weatherholt will be your second baseman. Ivan Herrera will be your DH. Alec Burleson will be your first baseman. And then Jordan Walker will be in right field and batting cleanup. And then we'll just try to get through this. Nathan Church in center. Mason Wynn at short. Cesar Prieto will look for his first hit of the campaign.
0 for 26.
He'll be at third. Jose Fermin will be in left. Jimmy Crooks will be catching. Kyle Leahy will be on the mound. So Zach Wheeler probably is zoning in after looking at that and seeing how he's going to try to negotiate the festivities today at Busch Stadium.
Most of it's kind of normal, but why in the hell would you play Prieto at third base?
I wouldn't mind seeing my guy Pereira out there.
Yeah, he was Everson Pereira's catch last night was the number one play on SportsCenter's top 10.
Really?
Yep.
I'm a little surprised by that. And then, Doug, if we wanted to do that, then you could have Fermin at third base.
Right. Or Jordan. I mean, these are guys that might actually have a future with the club, right?
What are you trying to say about Prieto?
Yeah, well, I don't think he does. And this is a big game. The Phillies are one of the teams you're fighting for the wild card spot with.
I have to tell you, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't know. They have a day off tomorrow.
It's not like they're taking a cross-country trip either.
Well, I get you want to get everybody in there. You want to get everybody a few at-bats, keep them happy, keep them sharp for if and when you need them. But this is kind of an important game.
Are they taking that train you were talking about, you think?
Doubt it. I think they'll be taking the bird.
I mean, Prieto has the same number of hits as we do in this room.
Yeah. You like his beard?
I've not really paid attention to his beard.
I think it's like it's kind of an Amish look. It's like a thicker beard but no mustache, if my memory is correct.
Well, he must be a really good hitter for them to stick with him after going 0 for 26.
Yeah, he at the minor league level he was hitting real well.
Yeah, he must have.
You're nobody's fool. Think about that.
Okay, well, that set me back a little bit because now I got something to think about.
Yeah, boy, we saw that weather forecast and thought, yeah, maybe we'd go over. It's contrarian. And then that lineup came out, and then you see Zach Wheeler's on the mound. Maybe the Phillies have a lineup that is interesting as well. Doug, you want me to take a gander and see what's doing over on that side of the ball yard?
Yes, I think you should.
All right, here come the Philadelphia Phillies heading to St. Louis, and they have not released their lineup yet.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, this is good. Well, they're up against Leahy. Leahy's ERA in the month of July, 1.38.
Jesus.
I wonder how many pitchers in the National League had a better ERA than that. Oh, good point, Doug. I thought it was. I think he's a really good pitcher. We weren't expecting much from him.
Here's what happened. This is what's going on. I typed in Philadelphia Phillies on the Twitter tweets, and they have not released their lineup. So then I was like, okay, maybe somebody else has the lineup, and the Phillies haven't posted it yet.
Right.
And then a gentleman by the name of Ryne Stanek. Doug, are you familiar with his work?
No.
James Spader.
Might be a brother. Has posted the following. Today is a perfectly good day for Don Mattingly to pencil in his lineup with Feuerbach optimization.
What the hell does that mean?
That's what I was wondering. Does anybody know what that means?
Feuerbach?
Okay. And then he posted a lineup of Harper, Schwarber, Turner, Arias batting cleanup.
Interesting. He's pretty effective in that leadoff spot.
Not necessarily known for power, as a matter of fact. Perhaps one of the greatest disparities between hits and
literally will get
slug.
on base every game, but will not hit you a home run.
Stott, Realmuto, Marsh, Crawford, and Hill. but this is just this guy's lineup.
Arias hit fourth last night, too.
That's what they're doing now. This is baseball. It's like Chip Carey keeps talking about. We've gone from the power hitters hitting cleanup to now leadoff, and the power pitchers now focusing on trying to throw changeups. Doug, it's the overcorrection.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, that is not the lineup. That's what Ryne Spader wants the lineup to be with the fewer back optimization.
That's a running gag he does. That's an inside joke with Spader, yeah. It humorously prescribes an identical rigid batting order configuration regardless of a team's actual roster construction. So
for the insult.
Yeah.
For 150 years, they'd have high on base guys hitting first and second, and then your big guns hitting third, fourth, and fifth. But they were all wrong for all that time. All those baseball people before that, they were all wrong.
Be careful, Doug. Earlier in the show, you were called Pudding McGee for some of your
It's also the title of segment 3.
Yeah.
Pudding McGee?
Yeah.
Yeah, he cooked me. If Schwarber's going to hit all these home runs, wouldn't it be nice to have somebody on base when he does it?
You don't know fewer back optimization.
Apparently not.
Get this guy some tapioca.
Ryne Spader, get this guy some tapioca. Is that the title of segment 4?
It's too many pudding segments.
You can only do one.
He says, here, I'll read exactly what he says. Bryce Harper should be batting leadoff every single game. For nearly a century, baseball had one sacred template. 9 men in the field, the same 9 in the batting order. Leadoff guy got on base, 2-hole moved him over, 3-hole your best pure hitter drove him in, cleanup brought the thunder. And then the order descended like a gentle slope until the pitcher trudged to the plate 9th. But that, Doug, is dated, which is why the segment's called Bring This Guy Some Tapioca?
Yeah.
That's what the fewer back optimization is. And he says Bryce Harper should be batting leadoff every single game. I've been screaming this for years, sometimes with your support, but more often with a mountain of pushback. Prior to last season, I completed a 44-page report on lineup construction in great detail.
Well, you wasted your time because no one cares what you think. And the lineups aren't that much different, most of them. You still have your Thunder hitting third and fourth. You still do. And you still have your lesser hitters hitting at the end of the lineup. Why wouldn't you? You didn't need to write 40 new pages on that.
44. He says, eventually, maybe, I will publish the full thing.
We don't want to see it.
But for now, and as I continue to expand on it, I am keeping my report close to the vest.
Oh, God. What a big loss for society.
That said, the buy-in from those who we've seen even parts of my report has been encouraging. Former players, coaches, managers, Hall of Famers, and even a pair of college programs were interested in seeing my report and how we could help their clubs. I love this guy.
I'm suspending him. What is his name, Tim?
His name is Ryne Spader, and he has a report that he has shown to players. You know, now this makes me not feel bad about asking Anuk to listen to the song because this guy's he's walking down on the field and showing his 44-page report to players.
I'm fed up with this guy. Ryne Spader has been suspended a period of 2 days' time. His name, as we speak, is going into the Appliance Discounters suspension logule. Thank you, Appliance Discounters, for knowing that discipline is the thing.
Would you like to read his report?
I have no interest at all to read his report on lineup construction. I think plenty of baseball people who know more about the game than him know how to put a lineup together.
Well, his name can be read in the Appliance Discounters suspension logule. Yep. Appliance Discounters has always been known to have the lowest prices in town. Well, it just got better. Come by the Appliance Discounters outlet store. Located at 9425 Gravois in Afton, the store is filled with slightly dinged or dented, close-out, or one-of-a-kind appliances. And believe it or not, they're priced even lower than their other 4 showroom stores. Some items are priced more than 60% off the competition. All come with a full factory warranty. If you don't mind a small ding or dent, you'll save big. The outlet store is open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Or shop the outlet store online at theappliancediscounters.com. 10:33 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
It's true. Good things come to those who wait. At Stifel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stifel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Stifel, just a fantastic St. Louis corporation, also a great place to work. #1 wealth management firm for employee satisfaction, 3 years in a row according to J.D. Power. Investing, banking, advising, Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, try to tell me this isn't the Jam with a straight face.
I can't because it absolutely is.
Thank you. It's TMA 101 ESPN, the show broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. And Dirty Dan the Garbage Man says this song is so goated. And that further speaks to the bond you have, Papers.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Dirty Dan the Garbage Man.
Yeah.
And Pete Rock and Seal Smooth.
Yeah, fan of everything.
You're a fan of everything?
Well, of everything just mentioned.
How about that? What about this? The Colonel just released his mailbag on Power Mizzou.
Okay.
And he was asked by Mizzou Plug. Is that Lena the Plug?
Oh.
Mizzou Plug asks, what if Austin Simmons is good? The Colonel responds, then that will be a very good thing for this team. This season has perhaps the biggest gap between the best case and the worst case of any I can remember. And the main reason is the quarterback. I'm not going to rehash the whole conversation, but as I've said for 7 months now, if you want to see reasons to think that Simmons has a chance to be great, you can see them. If you want to see reasons to be pessimistic, you can see those too. I don't know which one is more likely. The sample size is underwhelming so far, but also far too small to make any definitive judgments. I can draw a path to Missouri going into the last couple of games of the season in playoff contention, and I also draw one to the Tigers having to fight to get bowl eligible. Simmons is not the only variable in that equation, but he's by far the biggest one. I don't know what else to say outside of I could not agree more with what the Colonel Gabriel P.D. Armand just wrote there.
Yeah, the gap about like how good the season can be, how bad the season can be, to me, with everything we know right now, is very true.
As crazy as this might sound, and I don't know when the last time I felt this way is, I could see them being a 5-win team, which sounds just insane, I'm sure, to some people. And I could see, because I have no idea what they have, and then the other teams, them being a 10-win team.
Right.
I would say it would be a hell of a team, most likely, in order to get to 10 wins, considering who is on that schedule. And I continue to go back to my uncertainty regarding the month of September, because you have 2 games that I'm sure fans think they should win in Lawrence and Starkville, but I don't think are as big of layups as are probably thought by Missouri fans. I expect them to win them, but I just don't know. However, if you go into the month of October undefeated, that would be a great thing because it sets the stage for 2 home games that could very well be winnable to get you to 6-0 before you head to Oxford.
Right.
And now things are getting real.
Right. When you look at the schedule, to me, it's that game in Oxford is the pivot game. Because in my mind, I think best case scenario or the most likely scenario is you're probably a 1-loss team going into that. I think that's maybe being optimistic. But you play
the best case scenario is Missouri's a 1-loss team going into Ole Miss?
Yes. So I think that 1 loss would be the Texas A&M.
I don't think that's a best case. I think undefeated.
I think, yeah.
And I also have to tell you, what do you think the worst case is?
3 losses.
The worst, and I think the worst case is 2-4.
Yeah.
So that shows you where I am on it.
Yeah, right. But I think that's important because if you go to that with 1 loss and you leave there with only 1 loss, then you're like, all right, this team is not, maybe they can, find something, and who knows what Hardy's status is going to be at that point. But if he hasn't returned yet, maybe you're thinking, well, maybe if he comes back, this could be some. And if you lose that game, you leave with 2 losses or 3 or 4 or 5, then you know that this is a down year, and, Drinkwitz extension might not be coming again.
You buy into the trap game idea?
On which one?
Just in general. Cause,
we don't know. We don't know who's good, who's bad.
Because Ole Miss goes to Texas the week after Mizzou.
Right. Looking ahead.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's too tough because you don't know who's a trap and who's great.
I just don't know who, because right, the way that people, and I understand this, by the way, and because I certainly am 100% guilty of it. When we make our projections, they're based on what teams have been historically, and not even just the previous year, but historically. And that is why, James Carlton, to his credit, I think the total for Vanderbilt on wins last year was 5.5. Mm-hmm. My God.
Yeah.
What a sweat-free play that was.
Beat that up.
to find your edges. I'm going to see if I can dig into it. The problem is the teams I was high on last year was the same formula that I had used that had proven profitable over years, which was who has the returning starters. But you can have returning production. The problem is that might not necessarily be a good thing in this era where you can go and get somebody who is great to replace returning production from another school. So you don't have the high returning production, but you have better talent. And as we've seen, one of the things that I'm going to keep an eye on is what Curt Cignetti did successfully in Bloomington, and that is he had some older players. And if that is the new tell for however long this system or lack thereof lasts. But I mean, the way if you bet season long is not necessarily going a team is going to be great or a team is going to be terrible, just where the number is off. So right now, where has there been an emotional overcorrection to a team falling short? I think in the SEC, it was probably, if you're really paying attention, South Carolina last year, but I don't know how many people pay attention to South Carolina, so then it might be Alabama, because that's certainly a brand. And then if you were to look at it from the lens of the Big Ten, then that's where you would go to Penn State, because they had the firing of James Franklin and also have a favorable schedule. But again, favorable schedules based on past. Who are these teams in 2026? But yeah, for real, I'm dead serious. I could see Missouri being a 5-win team, and I could see Missouri being a 10-win team. And I guess it really, that's the way that it's going to be going forward during this NIL era when you have so many players bouncing around.
Right. Especially quarterbacks. I mean, there's so many of these top teams have quarterbacks who've never played in their system before. Now, in fairness, there's also a bunch towards the top who have been, the Julian Sayin, Arch Manning, CJ Carr. You know, there's guys who have been there for a little bit too.
How about this? I didn't know this, Doug. I don't know if Gabe reported this. What? Drink's contract stipulates that as long as they play all of the teams on their schedule, he gets a 3-year extension. That's from the Unknown DJ.
So as long as they don't forget to show up for a game or something,
take the field. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you'd hate to have a coach say, "Oh my God, our game was at 11 o'clock. Here it is 7 o'clock at night. There's no one here. We missed the game." That will cost him the extension.
Yeah.
Anything less, he's good.
He's good for another year.
Yeah.
Or 3,
He's got a good
apparently,
agent.
per the Great Bay Auto Detailing says, regardless of the outcome, Drink will get his extension.
Does seem how it goes.
It's amazing to me how many games come down to like one play, one field goal, one penalty or drop pass, or sometimes it doesn't even matter who they play. You know, there's a whole bunch of games over the course of a season when you're a team like Mizzou that just gets down to, can you make the one play near the end of the game?
What about the special teams?
Special teams. Special teams.
See, how about that?
Got a kicker back.
North County landscaper is pissed. Yeah, that same overhyped A&M team has ran Mizzou out of the building the past 2 years, dumbass. I don't know who he's arguing with, but he's not happy in the Form Energy.
Ain't that the truth?
YouTube chat.
No, I know it. Marcel Reed maybe isn't the guy, I don't know, but A&M has had a stacked team around their quarterback for the last couple of seasons.
I respect that Mike Elko, I'll tell you.
Yeah, he's a good ball coach.
They throw around a lot of money, too, don't they?
Sure.
Get involved, 314-399-9646, 314-399-9646. Guys, for real, doesn't Drink only need to win 8 in a season to get an extension? That's from the 737. That is correct. That actually is a real stipulation. I also would say winning 8 this year with his schedule and how it looks as of August 12th would strike me as being an accomplishment. But at the same time, who's Kansas, who's Mississippi State, who's Florida, who's A&M, who's Ole Miss, who's Arkansas, who's Oklahoma at the back end. You think you know who Georgia and Texas are.
Yeah, Texas.
I just think they could keep going back to this, and I just hammer this point home. I'm just trying to figure out how I can make money on it. These teams play each other, and they play each other early in the year. So no matter what, by September 15th, Texas or Ohio State has a loss.
Yep.
No matter what, by the second week of the season, LSU or Clemson has a loss, which means no matter what, with those fan bases, that they're going to be mad at Dabo Swinney and say it's over, or that Lane Kiffin's a disaster. That's how this works.
Yeah.
Mike Norvell has to deal with Kalen DeBoer. He loses that and they get blown off the field. He's done. Kalen DeBoer loses that game. He's done. Steve Sarkisian, national championship aspirations. He loses to Ryan Day. He's now a failure. Ryan Day loses to him. Oh, God, Ohio State's off the rails, and they still have to deal with the tough Big Ten schedule in the month of October. It's just these overreactions that lead to insanity. It's great entertainment for us, but it's how you get these monster buyouts and ridiculous decisions that really penalize universities going forward, these Monday morning sessions of overreaction. You're welcome to give your thoughts. Text in, call in to TMA 101 ESPN. Mentality is online at lowtusa.com. They've treated 25,000 plus patients at this point, and one of the biggest things that they have learned is you cannot rely on testosterone alone anymore to run at full capacity. Your body needs peptide therapy on top of your TRT. So for guys whose recovery still lags and whose energy plateaued, even on testosterone, Mentality's physicians design a plan that layers peptide therapy on top of TRT to support recovery, repair, and performance. It's a custom plan built around your numbers, monitored every step of the way. Testosterone levels the field. Peptides drive your results. Check them out by going to lowtusa.com. That's Mentality at lowtusa.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals and Phillies, 1:15 first pitch. Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Got the Design Air winner, heating and cooling email of the day winner coming up here momentarily, and we're giving away brand new TMA Navy cap and a Navy Caps on the Road shirt, courtesy of the great people at Polos Plus. Before we do that, well, I'm telling you, this has been an exciting partnership here because Cardinal Vending is a really, really good client, and the reason is a lot of people are in offices where you just kind of accept your break room and you go, yeah, this is what we got, and then we'll go out to lunch, or I got to bring my lunch. Well, that doesn't have to be the way that it is anymore. That's what Cardinal Vending does. They can convert your existing break room into a modern micro market at no cost to your company. And so that means your workplace break room is now more than chips and candy. Cardinal Vending offers fresh salads, wraps, sandwiches, fresh fruit, protein snacks, healthier options, plus all your favorite beverages and snacks. They handle everything for you from installation and setup to stocking, maintenance, and ongoing service. Plus, they have modern self-checkout micro markets with AI smart coolers and premium office coffee service. Go to cardinalvending.net. That's cardinalvending.net or call 636-343-8866, cardinalvending.net. Jackson, who won that Design Air heating and cooling email today and the Polos Plus prize?
Steven time.
Yeah, Steven time. Gosh. He kind of gave you all the what's what and the who's who.
He's a little bitter.
Yeah.
He's a little bitter.
Very supportive of at least one person in here.
Yeah. But he put in the work and he got paid off.
I don't know that he put in any work.
I supported him. I couldn't have written it better myself. Bitter. I wrote it myself.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I probably could have done a better job. But can I do anything less than the best? I don't know. I don't know if I'm capable of it. James Carlton does nothing but the best, and he is online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net and work with James. Jackson and I are working with him. I've been working with him since 2019, and man, the money that you save and the customer service, it really is invaluable. The peace of mind you get when you're working with somebody who you know runs a tight ship, especially when you're talking about insuring your home, insuring your cars, insuring whatever it is that's important enough to you to make sure that it's protected. That's when you want immediate responses from your people. And that's what you have with James Carlton. Great people. 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net, especially when a 3-minute phone call could wind up saving you thousands and thousands of dollars. James Carlton. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrari are next. Bye.